never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A suspect is in custody now after at least 7 people were killed and 3 critically injured in separate Northern California shootings. Reports say they happened this afternoon at 2 different locations, including one at a marijuana-growing farm in Half Moon Bay south of San Francisco. The second shooting happened south of the city's downtown area. Meanwhile, Los Angeles County Sheriff's officials sharing more on what they found inside the home of the 72-year-old Monterey Park mass shooting suspect.
They were in containers, and there are hundreds of rounds. We don't know exactly how many there were.
L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna, that suspect accused of killing 11 and injuring 9 others. Elsewhere in the U.S., Monday, 2 students were reportedly shot and killed at a nonprofit mentorship program in central Iowa. The Biden administration pushing back against a Republican plan restricting the use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
A House bill would require the Department of Energy to develop a plan to increase oil and gas production to offset any drawdown to the reserves. Bad idea, says Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm.
The House Republicans are now pursuing this extreme agenda.
Granholm went on to say President Biden would veto the bill if it made it to his desk. I'm John Schaefer.
The White House plans to hold a meeting with top Democratic leaders in Congress as gridlock with House Republicans on the issue of the debt ceiling will loom large. Administration officials have said prior to today the White House would not get mixed up in debt ceiling negotiations.
A range of issues, as you know, this is how these conversations happen. There's always a long agenda of items that both sides want to talk about.
Republicans have vowed not to raise the debt limit unless deep cuts are made to federal spending. All 4 Oath Keeper defendants are being found guilty of seditious conspiracy for the Capitol riot. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now, now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The U.S. State Department says it's letting Western allies make their own decisions about what military hardware to send to Ukraine.
This is a sovereign decision on the part of each country to decide.
Pressure has ratcheted up in recent days for Western allies, including the U.S. and Germany, to begin shipping Ukraine heavier, harder-hitting battle tanks. Germany, though, concerned about building those tanks and giving them to any nation outside NATO. A former top FBI official in custody over connections to a Russian oligarch.
Charles McGonigal was arrested Saturday when he arrived at JFK Airport in New York, according to ABC News. McGonigal, who was the former special agent in charge of counterintelligence at the FBI's New York field office, is facing a charge of violating U.S. sanctions. It's alleged he attempted to get Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska, who had been sanctioned by the U.S. government, off that sanctions list. McGonigal pleaded not guilty Monday to the 4-count indictment. I'm John Schaefer.
New York Mayor Eric Adams says the Big Apple's running out of places to house migrants as he pushes to shelter them on cruise ships. He says it's similar to the way things were handled during the height of the COVID-19 emergency.
We use ships to house people. We opened tents in Central Park during COVID-19. We had trailers in front of hospitals.
Adams says the city's infrastructure is overwhelmed after opening 77 emergency hotels and 4 temporary shelter centers. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed, that was a big old thumbs up. Are we ready to roll? Well, I suppose we are. Thank you, thank you. Thank you much. Welcome aboard. Made it through everybody's favorite day of the week as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. As typically the case is, we begin that process working our way into a Tuesday, 24th day of January. From time zone to time zone, here we go. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I apologize, the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we are. Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio, where we see 29 degrees. And actually, believe it or not, clear skies. There are actually still stars out there. Just haven't seen them in what seems like an eternity. Wintertime in North America means lots of cloud cover around the country. And that will not be the case 24 hours from now. The clouds will be back in place as our next cross-country storm comes into play. We were talking about this as we kicked off the program Monday morning. Our next cross-country storm bringing a swath of potentially travel-disrupting snow, stretching from New Mexico through northern Texas, right through central portions of Oklahoma. We've got winter storm warnings in place across that line. Northwest and north central Arkansas, southern Missouri. Right now, southwestern Illinois is already under a winter storm warning. Winter storm watches from there extend through the rest of southern Illinois, right through the heart of Indiana. Looks like Indianapolis may be right there in the bullseye zone. Indianapolis to Fort Wayne, western Ohio. Eventually, we'll see these winter storm watches expanding on into the northeast over the next 24 hours. At this moment, the storm just emerging out of northern Mexico. There is some snow in parts of New Mexico tonight, from Roswell to south of Albuquerque. Some of that snow just beginning to move into western portions of the Texas Panhandle. Over the next 24 hours, it'll quickly bolt off to the northeast and really begin to strengthen, tapping into moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. So we're going to have again this week another one of those severe weather threats for the southern reaches of the country, including possible tornadoes along the Gulf Coast region. And, of course, the wintry side of the storm on the northern flank of the storm. We had the week started with a mess in the northeast. Monday morning, travel disruptions throughout New England, up into Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire. Police responding to hundreds of accidents and spin-outs. Our second winter storm now begins strengthening in the southwestern states, bringing a bit of snow tonight from New Mexico and Texas, eventually through Missouri this upcoming day as the storm treks northeastward. Snow arrives in the Ohio Valley by Tuesday night and eventually all the way into the northeast by midweek Wednesday. Not only will colder air be in place as this storm gets underway from Chicago and Detroit on over into Syracuse and Albany, New York, that's going to allow the snow to accumulate faster. But the colder air will stay put throughout the storm's duration for some of these areas, meaning the precip remains in the form of snow throughout the entirety of the storm. Now, there's going to be a wide swath of 3 to 6 inches of accumulation from southern Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, southern Michigan to Pennsylvania, on up into New York and Maine. Yeah, the heaviest snow will pile up from upstate New York to interior parts of Maine, where those areas could very well see a foot or more. Some areas may ultimately see 24 inches of snowfall where the snow comes down the heaviest. So areas in the Midwest, you can anticipate snow-covered roadways before the sun comes up on Wednesday morning. Tuesday, as we roll into Tuesday here, it's kind of the calm before the storm. Travel conditions will deteriorate across portions of the I-70, 80, and 90 corridors through the day on Wednesday. Be prepared for slick spots, reduced visibility, and obviously slow travel. Closer to the Atlantic coast, milder air again arrives, causing a bit of snow or a wintry mix to eventually change over to rain, or maybe just all rain, falling south of Boston. You may see a few flakes of snow in New York City Wednesday morning, but the warmer air will be surging northward along the eastern seaboard. It's going to change to plain old rain. Should the transition happen early enough, New York City may once again see another storm system with no accumulating snow. The longest streak in New York City without a tenth of an inch of snow or more is 332 days. Now, as of Sunday, day before this passed, the city had gone 319. We're getting closer and closer. If this storm indeed misses out on bringing accumulating snow, you could very well reach that record mark. But the cold air associated with this storm is going to swoop into the I-95 corridor by Thursday. But by that time, most of the precip will have shifted on up into northern New England, again, minimizing the chance of any snow. During the day Thursday, the most difficult travel will be northern New York on up to Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Even with the heaviest snow in New England, this is going to be an impactful storm. Further west on Thursday, gusty winds behind this system will continue to rush over the Great Lakes, allowing snow showers to kind of linger from Michigan and northern Indiana to the Appalachians of West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New York. Additional substantial accumulation not likely for most areas. Areas may be immediately downwind of Lake Michigan, Lake Erie. Lake Superior may get a fresh coating of snow with some new slick spots there. But the cold air that's going to be left in the wake of this midweek storm may actually open the door for more snow opportunities here in the final days of January. But as we look at the current radar scene, aside from the spotty snow that we're seeing tonight, lighter snow in parts of New Mexico moving into the westernmost reaches of Texas, it is a very quiet night. I mean, not a thing shows up on the radar at this hour from Maine to southern Florida. Little few flakes of snow, maybe through southwestern portions of Michigan tonight. Some areas up into northeastern Michigan as well. Just a little band of snow falling there. Some spotty snow showers in northwestern portions of North Dakota. But for most of the country, it's a good night to be moving freight. Although a bit chilly for some areas, especially along the northern tier of the country. And we'll delve into the severe weather side of this storm system as severe thunderstorms will begin to erupt starting later today, Tuesday, on into Wednesday, and even through the overnight hours, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. There is concern. Looks like the strongest storms are going to be confirmed to the deep reaches of the south, closer to the Gulf of Mexico, particularly areas, say, along the I-10 corridor and south. Some stronger storms may be extending all the way up to the I-20 corridor. But again, we'll delve more into that coming up here in a bit. Who we have checking in out of the box? The one and only Wagon Master. It's been a while. Good morning. Hello, Steve, and a big shout out to the overnight crowd checking in from DeSoto, Missouri tonight. Hello to Dave. What do you got? Dave, a.k.a. Cracker Box is the handle there. Hey, Steve. I'd check in with you. Hope you're doing fine. I thought I'd say hello. It's a nice day here in Palatka, Florida. A little cool. The breeze. Things are a little warmer. I'll take what we can get here, though. It's going to be a little chilly around here Wednesday. Up in the Buckeye State, I got a lot of my kids that live there where I used to live. Thought I'd get everybody a shout out and maybe some of my old driving friends listening in, and maybe some of the old Penske guys that I used to work with out there running the roads overnight. Everybody be safe and drive safely. Cracker Box on board. All right, good morning to Marianne. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. Steve, are you going to be doing your show at the trucking show this year? Yes, indeed. The plans are. We've got Hot Shot Secret will have probably the largest presence they've ever had. Last year, Hot Shot Secret had their own booth, and things were kind of separated. We had our own smaller booth. I think we had a 10 by 10 for our live broadcast there. Hot Shot Secret had a 20 by 40, I believe, was the booth size they had. We're going to get everything together in one area. Same location where last year's Hot Shot Secret booth was, but it'll now be a 20 by 60. So we'll all be together in the same area. You can come by, be a part of the show. We won't be actually broadcasting live during the day like we did last year. We broadcast live during the afternoon hours and then replayed that programming during the overnight hours. The Wi-Fi reception left quite a bit to be desired, even though we paid good money for what was supposed to be the top internet connection there at the show. But there's so many groups and booths and all trying to share on the same Wi-Fi network. We had a lot of disruption during the live broadcast. The signal was dropping out on our live feeds. So we're just going to opt to record during the show. And as typical, we'll be interviewing a lot of folks, hoping to see a lot of friends, listeners to the program. We'll sit some of you down and chat a little bit about what's going on in your world, and that'll all be broadcast live during our typical midnight to 5 Eastern Time broadcast window. But yes, we will be there all 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which, by the way, if you haven't marked the dates on your calendar, that'll be March 29th, 30th, and April Fools, April 1, Saturday, April 1 this year. Hope to see you there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Everybody be safe. We've got 33 degrees in Wallkill, New York tonight. 5-7 on board. Copy the mail. Hello to Roy in Northwest Illinois. 28 degrees at this hour. Feels like 18. Hello to Mike. Prayers out for Bubba Bo and his family. I really always enjoyed him on weekends and when you were off, Steve. That's Mike in Beaver Creek. Yeah, thank you much, Mike. For those that weren't with us last evening, maybe I know a lot of drivers don't get out there on Sunday night, Monday morning. We got official word. I've heard some rumors and rumblings that Bubba Bo was ill, I guess confirming from his daughter over the weekend, who contacted some of the former listeners during when he handled weekends for so many years. He's been diagnosed with brain cancer. I guess he's been battling this for, I think, a few months now. But according to his daughter, he is now in hospice care, so I have no idea what kind of time frame they've given. But, yeah, prayers for Bubba Bo and his family. It's obviously a very difficult time. And, you know, that news right on the heels of Sugar Bear, which I know they were preparing to take him out of the hospital over the weekend. I presume they've got him home now. Got the hospital bed there, the oxygen set up in the home, as he had announced. He called in last week and let us know that he's also got a very aggressive form of lung cancer. And doctors gave him maybe days, maybe weeks, that sort of a thing. So prayers as well for Sugar Bear and the family there. Hola, Steve, and everyone from Home 20 in San Antone, where we've got 53 degrees. There's Linwood checking in. And and last check, I'm declaring myself classified document free. I had lots, but I sent them up to Delaware, right? So Hunter could look them over. Very good. Linwood. We'll get some of our other listening friends coming up here. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's our number as we get things underway here on a Tuesday. And it's been a while. I do believe it's actually just before Christmas last time we had a conversation with the C&I Dog. Well, Happy New Year, C&I Dog.
Happy New Year to you, too. All right, first thing I'd like to talk about is Bubba Bo. I like both your shows equally when it was on the other station. They both had their different styles, but it was technically the same show. I was on Bubba Bo's show twice. One time it was with my wife, Burnt Beans, and Coochie.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked Bo if I could come back out there again, and he said, sure. And then I brought 13 with me. You've talked to 13 before. He's like, wait, hold on. I thought you were going to bring your wife with you. Who's this guy? I'm like, you're going to like him, trust me. 13 was a container hauler. He says, well, we never talked to a container hauler before, so, well, they probably have, but not in such detail. So he did enjoy the conversation at the end. But, yeah, he's a great guy. He really is. And my cousin had the similar cancer as Bubba Bo does, so it's really harsh, and I hope they can do something for him. Another thing I want to talk about is the video games. Now, they're talking about the 6-year-old. How does a 6-year-old learn such behavior and stuff like that? Okay, you got movies, but, I've seen a lot of these video games, and I really wonder if they can look into it and see if he has interacted with video games. Personally, I think such violent video games should not be used by anybody under the age. I know they have restrictions on the boxes, but I don't think parents actually take that stuff really seriously. They should. Maybe they should change the word game into something else, like video simulation. And the last topic real quick here is the winter weather. I drive up and down 57 towards Effingham, then back up again. So probably going to get asked not to work that day. So that'll be on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, right after midnight?
Yeah, for our region, yeah. I think you're in the same zone for that, yes.
Okay, how much do you think might be in the heart of that? You know, I looked at the future radar, and it looks like 6 to 8 inches. Is that even close to being correct?
That's right now. Yeah, right now the models are depicting. See, it's Cincinnati, Southwest Ohio, where the bunker is here. Yeah, they're talking like a heavy, wet snow Tuesday night into early Wednesday morning. 2 to 4 inches rapidly accumulate. Then it's supposed to change over to rain. Now, up in places like Indianapolis, yeah, they're saying 6 to 8, maybe as much as 12 inches. And so that's kind of like in the middle of it. Areas further north and further south, obviously. And those numbers could change as well. Keep that in mind.
USA News Update. At least 7 people are dead now after separate shootings in Northern California. Police say a suspect is in custody. There's no ongoing threat to the community. Reports say the shootings happened this afternoon at 2 different locations in the San Francisco Bay Area. At the same time, we are hearing from the man who disarmed the 72-year-old Monterey Park mass shooter over the weekend.
Something came over me. I realized I needed to get the weapon away from him, or else everybody would have died.
During an interview on Good Morning America, Brandon Say said he thought he was going to die when he saw the gunman walk into a dance studio in Alhambra. The death toll in that shooting now up to 11. Southwest Airlines is giving some employees a bonus following last month's travel crisis. The Dallas-based airline says pilots will receive about $45 million in gratitude pay after a software meltdown led to the cancellation of tens of thousands of flights. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, obviously all these forecast numbers are subject to change. Because right now these are areas that are like in just the winter storm watch zone. But I pulled some of them up. It's almost comical. There's one here from the Weather Service office there in Paducah, Kentucky. How do you predict total accumulations 1 to 6 inches? It's like, really? Hey, that's a rather broad zone there. I mean, 1 inch wouldn't be a whole lot of trouble on the roads, but 6, I mean, this says for portions of southern Illinois. Heavy wet snow possible, 1 to 6. I mean, they'll have to fine tune that. I mean, is it going to be 1 to 3, 2 to 4, 3 to 6? But that's just goofy. They'll be fine tuning that. From the Weather Service office up in northern Indiana. This includes much of the heart of Indiana. Right now, they're talking 4 to 8 inches for portions of northern Indiana, southwest Michigan, and northwest Ohio. And we scroll on down a little further. There's the Cincinnati forecast, 2 to 4 inches before it changes to rain by Wednesday afternoon. That's the forecast here. Again, depending on the track of the storm. Subject to change. If the storm takes a bit of a more southerly track, you end up with the colder air taking longer to be overrun by the warmer air. So we'll keep an eye on things. Again, right now the storm's all the way back in New Mexico. So it's going to come together first. All right, CNI Dog, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, my counterpart, he might not come out of Memphis, but I'm really thinking about if they give me the option, try to go through as long as I get a head start on it,
Right.
And then, like you say, if rain follows up the backside of that, or even the plows, I'll be able to make my way back, the following day. But as far as having the option to broadcast out of Cincinnati, it brought me back to when I was a child with WKRP. I always had a special heart for Cincinnati. It just was a real good, fun show, and I'm like, wouldn't that be cool to broadcast? I love your show, and I'll give you a call again maybe tomorrow.
All right, thank you for checking in, CNI Dog. Be safe. Safe travels, as we say. All right, there's a Country Bumpkin. Check it in from Kansas City with 40 degrees tonight. All right, who else we got there? Elliot says, good morning from Monroe, Ohio. Hello to Stephanie. Fredericksburg, Virginia checks in, 33 chilly degrees. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Kind of a cold, windy night in Boone's Mill, Virginia, 37 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. Hello to Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Hope you had a great weekend. Personally, still feeling like crap. Feel a little better getting over this crud that Paula keeps bringing me. I keep telling her, hey, it's way past Christmas. I don't need any more gifts, right? All right, heat wave. Good morning from Wilcox, Arizona. Clear, cold. We're at 27. Rodney is at Raton, New Mexico, 26 degrees. Hello from the Idaho Rose. Love listening to the program every night. Good to have you on board. Idaho Rose is actually in Montana. Buckeye Boy checks in from Sterling, Virginia, just outside of D.C., where we're at 37 degrees. Got my delivery off down the street from the Puppets part-time residence. After getting up about the same time you were closing out the show Monday morning, that's really early for me. After my delivery, came back to the hotel, went through the emails, took a nap. I'll be here till Thursday. Personally, I'm glad. It looks like no snow here in the D.C. area. Meanwhile, how about those, quote, peaceful protests in Atlanta? This was another account. We didn't talk about it last evening. There were some protests in Atlanta where you had a media, I don't know which network it was, saying it's a mostly peaceful protest as a police cruiser was burning in the scene there. I'm so sick of the media and the left not calling it what it is. Now, sounds like from Fox, just had another mass shooting in California, just south of San Francisco. Another Asian, they're saying. I'm absolutely disgusted with Pelosi, Schumer, and these other mental midgets that were tweeting that first shooting. The initial shooting there in California over the weekend was a racist, white supremacist, yada, yada, yada. Before the L.A. sheriff came out and announced it was actually an Asian man. I mean, idiots. Anyway, I'll be spending some time with my niece and her kids tomorrow. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. There you go. Thank you so much. Who else we got? A couple more here. There's Cliff, who says, good morning. Have a good day, Steve. And be sure to stay safe out there. Hello to Spinnerbait. I guess Robert hasn't found the program yet. Ha ha. No. And you know what? I'm not disappointed that Robert hasn't found the program. We don't miss him much at all, do we? Troublemaker. All right, on to the industry headlines before we get back to your calls. It is 844-844-3388. I don't know why Wyoming had to issue their own declaration. The FMCSA had declared a regional emergency declaration several days ago that included the state of Wyoming, impacting the hours of service. But nonetheless, Wyoming has issued an emergency effective till February the 19th because of low supplies of propane that have disrupted delivery times and commerce, they say. The state previously declared an emergency exempting motor carriers and drivers transporting or delivering propane from certain regulations and operating requirements. That particular order expired 10 days ago. Now, as I mentioned, Wyoming also was one of the 8 states that were included in the FMCSA's regional declaration that was issued on January the 16th and expires February the 15th, which provides relief for motor carriers and drivers transporting gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. Well, maybe that's the rationale, because propane wasn't on that particular FMCSA regional declaration. Okay, according to Wyoming's order, it is necessary for propane customers throughout the state of Wyoming to timely receive deliveries in an environment where propane transportation and delivery companies are being forced to drive further and wait longer at the terminals to secure propane right now. This continuing emergency requires that the transportation and delivery of propane into and within the state shall be exempt from 49 CFR 395.3. That's the hours of service section of the FMCSA regulations. And again, so that expires on February the 19th. Seems like nary a day goes by we're not seeing yet another state in that region of the country declaring some sort of an emergency. All right, what do we have? The latest update on the first shooting, which, now I'm kind of confused. I'm hearing that there were two separate incidents this past day that ultimately took the lives of 7, I believe, 2 different locations, 4 in one, 3 in another. Were they related? I don't have all the info on that right now. But we do have the Monterey Park shooting. As the investigation goes on, why? The big question, why? Now, investigators say they collected 42 bullet casings from the scene as they continue to seek clues. What drove this 72-year-old, this elderly gunman, to open fire in a dance hall that he apparently had frequented, killing ultimately 11? I guess the death toll went up 1 again this past day from 10 to 11 before taking his own life. Of course, police identified Hu Can Tran, that's the name, 72-year-old, the lone suspect that unfolded Saturday night as they were just kicking off the Chinese Lunar New Year celebration in the town of Monterey Park, big hub of the Asian American community just east of downtown L.A. Now, here's what's even more interesting. As authorities say after shooting up the first location, he drove to another dance hall where a second would-be attack was thwarted. And I guess when he first walked in the door, the gun was visible, and the security guy at the front door was able to wrestle the gun away from him. A scuffle that lasted about 90 seconds, to which he ran out and got away. But indeed, who knows how many lives might have been saved by that individual. At the first location, all of the dead, 6 women, 5 men, were all in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. Now, even as L.A. police worked through their second full day, this is the new information. 7 were reported slain in a separate mass shooting in the Northern California coastal town of Half Moon Bay on Monday. A member of the L.A. County Board of Supervisors called Saturday's gun violence the deadliest mass shooting on record in Los Angeles County, the most populous in the United States. L.A. County, a home to like 10 million residents. Now, here's the rest of the details about the first shooting. About 20 minutes after that initial attack, he barged into that second dance club in the neighboring community of Alhambra, where an employee wrestled away the semi-automatic assault-style pistol before any shots could be fired. The Los Angeles County Sheriff credits Brandon Say, the operator of that family-owned club, as a hero for single-handedly disarming the gunman, preventing further bloodshed. Say was interviewed by the New York Times, and he said it was just primal instinct that kicked in. The gunman fled the scene after about a 90-second struggle. He said, something happened there. I don't know what came over me, but after that, the shooter wasn't seen again until Sunday morning when he had shot himself behind the wheel of his van that was found parked in the city of Torrance, south of L.A. So maybe if we get more details about what unfolded this past day, why, the questions, why, what's going on? And we'll get back to your calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello to Deborah, checking in via Facebook this morning. Good morning, Steve. It's a cold 25 here in central Indiana tonight. Finally got registered for the Mid-America Truck Show. Looking forward to seeing y'all there. Hoping everybody stays safe out there driving tonight, especially my special driver, a.k.a. Woodpecker. Everybody have a terrific Tuesday before the wacky Wednesday approaches. And I see Michael posted this past afternoon. My arrangements for the Mid-America Truck Show. Got them in. Hopefully we'll get to see some friends that I haven't seen in a few years. In light of recent events, you know, I want to see them again while we're all still kicking. Yeah, I hear you, Michael. No two ways about it. Lois responded to that with, we had so much fun. Remember Steve and the family out front where we could interact with all of them there. Hopefully Hotshot gets a bigger booth this year. The pictures from last year looked like they were pretty tight, kind of stepping over one another. Just remember in the old times, you know, things change. Yeah, we're going to have much more space, as I said, Lois. I mean, obviously, with the 20 by 60, the Hot Shot Secret will be there. We'll place our little booth in there somewhere in the mix, but we won't be all enclosed in that little 10 by 10. We'll have much more room to move around and interact, as you say, like we did years ago. So, yeah, looking forward to see a lot of old friends there. Louisville, which you can't believe it's just around the corner here. Wow. Hello to Dipsy Driver, checking in via email. Good morning, Steve, and of course, the best informed audience out there. 27 degrees, yeah, a small snow system moving through tonight in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. We're talking maybe 3 to 5 inches of snow with the Wednesday afternoon system. Have yet another great show. As always, please stay safe out there, drivers. And Craig said, Steve, I just woke up and heard you mentioning the news of Bubba Bo and Sugar Bear. Yeah, it kind of makes me feel like crying. I hope they get the best care possible. I know there's a lot of people praying for these gentlemen. Thank you very much, Craig, and thank you for listening to the show there as well. Heatwave is on board. How's your week starting out? Good morning.
Good morning, senor. Well, Cowboys piddled away a game they could have won. So it didn't start off too good. But other than that, not a whole hell of a lot happening. We've been taking the southern route going from Albuquerque to Bloomington, California, by the way of going 25 south to Hatch, cutting across the Deming and taking I-10. And well, I'll tell you what, it's a long, lonely, boring drive at times. We caught some wind there at the Chirrocco Summit, heading west, and there's a pretty good sized hill there that you come down, and normally you'd be able to gain a lot of speed, but the wind was blowing so hard, the best we could do going down that hill was 57. We've had dust storms, I guess you'd call it dust storms, brownouts, and it would clear up a little bit and then hit brown again from all the sand they got out there. So, yeah, it was a little touch and go there, all the way into Bloomington, turn around and go back and go through the same crap again. So, exciting weather-wise. I understand we in New Mexico are going to be getting some snow right around Albuquerque and my neck of the woods there in Edgewood. So, yeah, looking forward to skating in the snow. Trying to be like everyone else out there. Got to have my time in it.
I'm kind of looking at the maps, kind of zooming in on New Mexico here. And they've got winter weather advisories from like Gallup to Grants. It's kind of weird because that zone right in Albuquerque direct, it's not showing anything. But then just to the east of Albuquerque, winter storm warnings toward Moriarty to Santa Rosa, to Tucumcari and all. I mean, so I don't know if Albuquerque is going to be right on the edge or what.
Well, Albuquerque is located in a valley between the extinct volcanoes on the west side. You got the Rio Grande, which runs right in the middle of Albuquerque. Then you have the Sandia Mountains and the Manzano Mountains just south of Albuquerque. So usually if any bad weather comes, it's going to skip them, hit the mountains, and then go down the backside of the mountains heading east. So people like me that are in Edgewood and Moriarty, which is 7 miles away, yeah, we're going to get hit with more weather than what Albuquerque normally does. I mean, it really has to be a bad storm before they get anything out of it. So where we might get 10 inches of snow at a time, they may get 1 or 2.
Okay, because I mean, right now they're saying overnight tonight, they're saying, nighttime snow accumulation 4 to 8 inches in that winter storm warning area.
Right. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. Woo-hoo. So, the shootings earlier, that one there at the Chinese Lunar New Year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they said the gentleman was a 72-year-old Asian American.
Yep.
And they speculate that he was upset that he wasn't invited to this dance, whereas his wife, who was, I guess, 60 or 63, was. And I'm thinking, of all the petty things to be angry about and try to take someone's life. And then I was noticing there was a charter school shooting, I think, in Iowa earlier today, or Monday, rather, about noon or so, that killed 2 students. And it was a charter school for those students that need more help than what they would normally get from a regular school, I guess, economically and socially. And it's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I think the town police chief is on the part of the school board, and he's like, this ain't supposed to happen here. Well, those gun-free zone signs, they really work, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other shooting you were talking about there in California at Half Moon Bay, I think the shooter is a 67-year-old Asian American, but they got him, so he's not going anywhere. So I guess they'll try to figure out what caused his buttons to burst on his Brainiac suit. And I don't want to be I can't think of the term now. But I have an idea that, you know, that there are sleeper cells of every sort in this country. And just as soon as one political party or the other gets into trouble, wham, you know, we got gun violence, conspiracy theorists, there we go. And it's all an attempt to draw attention away from Joe's momentous.
Well, yeah, you like change the narrative kind of thing. Well, keep that thought in mind because we're up to news break time, top of the hour, hour number one, already wrapping things up. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A suspect is in custody now after at least 7 people were killed and 3 critically injured in separate Northern California shootings. Reports say they happened this afternoon at 2 different locations, including one at a marijuana growing farm in Half Moon Bay south of San Francisco. The second shooting happened south of the city's downtown area. Meanwhile, Los Angeles County Sheriff's officials sharing more on what they found inside the home of the 72-year-old Monterey Park mass shooting suspect.
They were in containers, and there are hundreds of rounds. We don't know exactly how many there were.
L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna, that suspect accused of killing 11 and injuring 9 others. Elsewhere in the U.S., Monday, 2 students were reportedly shot and killed at a nonprofit mentorship program in central Iowa. The Biden administration pushing back against a Republican plan restricting the use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
A House bill would require the Department of Energy to develop a plan to increase oil and gas production to offset any drawdown to the reserves. Bad idea, says Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm.
The House Republicans are now pursuing this extreme agenda.
Granholm went on to say President Biden would veto the bill if it made it to his desk. I'm John Schaefer.
The White House plans to hold a meeting with top Democratic leaders in Congress as gridlock with House Republicans on the issue of the debt ceiling will loom large. Administration officials have said prior to today the White House would not get mixed up in debt ceiling negotiations.
A range of issues. As you know, this is how these conversations happen. There's always a long agenda of items that both sides want to talk about.
Republicans have vowed not to raise the debt limit unless deep cuts are made to federal spending. All 4 Oath Keeper defendants are being found guilty of seditious conspiracy for the Capitol riot. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The U.S. State Department says it's letting Western allies make their own decisions about what military hardware to send to Ukraine.
This is a sovereign decision on the part of each country to decide.
Pressure has ratcheted up in recent days for Western allies, including the U.S. and Germany, to begin shipping Ukraine heavier, harder-hitting battle tanks. Germany, though, concerned about building those tanks and giving them to any nation outside NATO. A former top FBI official in custody over connections to a Russian oligarch.
Charles McGonigal was arrested Saturday when he arrived at JFK Airport in New York, according to ABC News. McGonigal, who was the former special agent in charge of counterintelligence at the FBI's New York field office, is facing a charge of violating U.S. sanctions. It's alleged he attempted to get Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska, who had been sanctioned by the U.S. government, off that sanctions list. McGonigal pleaded not guilty Monday to the 4-count indictment. I'm John Schaefer.
New York Mayor Eric Adams says the Big Apple's running out of places to house migrants as he pushes to shelter them on cruise ships. He says it's similar to the way things were handled during the height of the COVID-19 emergency.
We use ships to house people. We opened tents in Central Park during COVID-19. We had trailers in front of hospitals.
Adams says the city's infrastructure is overwhelmed after opening 77 emergency hotels and 4 temporary shelter centers. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, good. Welcome back. Get hour number 2 up and running here. Good morning to Wheelchair Dave. Dave sent me a handful of links. Kind of updates out of Georgia in regards to the protests. Quote, what peaceful protests that occurred over the weekend? Yeah, many of them saying, this is not protesting. The Atlanta police chief said the vandalism downtown, this is not protesting, this is terrorism. Now, that was his quote from WSB TV. Another link that he sends me, which this is quite interesting. Of those that were arrested, which there were 6, according to this report, only one of them's actually from Georgia. Yeah, these are I guess, career, is that the term, career protesters? I don't know if they'd be paid protesters or anarchists, I believe would be the correct word, anarchists. Atlanta police have identified the 6 arrested Saturday night after the protests turned violent. Again, only one lives in Georgia. Speaking to Channel 2 Action News, this group of protesters dressed in all black began peacefully marching down Peachtree Street. When they got to the intersection of Ellis Street, some of them began breaking windows, attacking police department patrol cars, one of which was set on fire. 3 businesses, including a Wells Fargo bank, were damaged. No officers were injured, but hundreds of protesters opposed to the construction of an Atlanta Police Department training center gathered in underground Atlanta before moving down Peachtree Street in the heart of downtown Atlanta. According to police, the 6 arrested, identified as Naja Geyer, 24 years old, from Nashville, Tennessee; Madeline Fiola, 22, from Spokane, Washington; Ivan Ferguson, 23, from the state of Nevada; Graham Evett, 20 years old, from Decatur, Georgia, the only Georgia resident; Francis Carroll from Kennebunkport, Maine; and Emily Murphy from Grosse Isle, Michigan. I mean, from all over the country. Yeah, why? Why were they in Atlanta for this? To cause chaos and pandemonium, right? Each of these suspects facing felony charges, including second-degree criminal damage, first-degree arson, interference with government property, and domestic terrorism. Now, earlier in the week, Georgia State Patrol and other agencies were at the proposed facility's site, clearing protesters, apparently, who've been camped out there in the forest for months. Obviously camped out, getting associates to come in from all around the country to participate. Georgia Bureau of Investigation says one of the protesters, Manuel Tehran, actually shot a state trooper and then killed by return fire. Friends of Tehran, who went by the nickname Tortuguita, have repeatedly claimed since the shooting that we're peaceful protesters. Well, a peaceful protester doesn't shoot a damn state trooper. 7 fellow protesters were arrested on Wednesday of last week, also charged with domestic terrorism and criminal trespass. This was just not random Atlanta residents gathering to protest the training center. All right, back to the calls. Thanks for hanging in there, Senor.
Not a problem. Thank you, Senor. I know it sounds goofy, but I mean, anytime there is something that is going on with the Democrats, all of a sudden there are shootings to draw the attention away from whatever the event is at the time. It really is amazing. Now, this idiot up here in New Mexico, that's not, he's the lone, quote, Republican, unquote, of all the shooters that we've had in this country. And he was such a poor shot, he didn't even hit anybody, just the houses. So I don't know what to say. It's crazy. But the thing is, I'm not. I am of sound mind. I know wrong from right. Do not try to take away any more of my gun-owning freedoms, because the only people that are going to obey the law are people like me. The criminal element, by definition, cannot follow the rules of civilization, of standards of society. So, before they try saying, we got to have more legislation. Look at the damn laws on the books, man. I mean, I don't know how many pages worth, but I'm sure there's about 5 or 6 volumes of books that say we don't need to have this, we can't have this, we can't allow for this. And I wonder how many of the gun laws they got on the books are duplicated. Pelosi was getting grilled by, oh, hell. Who was that old boy that was on Fox News that went to CNN? Chris, what the hell is that guy's name? Is it Safer?
I don't recall the name.
Yeah, well, I mean, he wasn't too much on Fox. He was too much of a liberal and decided to go to CNN when they had their CNN Plus. And, of course, that crapped out, so
right.
I guess he's just a regular contributor. He actually got on Pelosi and played what she had said about the papers that were found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago. And, I mean, she was really harsh. No room for error. Should have known better. Okay, well, I mean, we all know Trump had a camera on the room. He had it padlocked. And he's got a Secret Service that he's going to have with him for the rest of his life, guarding that place. Joe Biden, on the other hand. Now they say he's got classified documents from when he was a senator?
Yes.
How in the hell do you get away with that? And the only person that can be classified, as we know, is the president. But, I mean, you know, then Chris asked her, you know, what's the difference? Well, we don't know exactly what's in it, and it all depends on what it is. What kind of moronic answer is that? There is a line from the movie Excalibur where Guinevere is trying to get King Arthur to change a law that would allow somebody to get away with something. I don't remember what it was. But the guy playing King Arthur said, laws are laws meant to rule both men of high and low stature. Because if we only apply it to one group, then it's not a law at all. And that is exactly what we got going on here. A double two-tiered style of prosecution, a law level, whatever you want to call it. You know, if I could talk, I'd be a dangerous person. But anyways, you know, it is amazing. And that KJP up there, I mean, she is so damn aggravating with her condescending voice with, oh, no, everything's okay. Everything's all right. We're cooperating. Nothing else is going to be found. And then Biden does the same thing. There's nothing there, and I'm not ashamed of anything I did.
No regrets.
No regrets. I mean, good night. If I was in the military, like a lot of your drivers, your listeners were, you know, we had security clearance up to a certain point. If I were to have gotten papers that were above my security level, you know where I would be? Busting big rocks to small rocks to smaller rocks to grains of sand in Leavenworth, Kansas. That's where my butt would have been. Why do these other people here get a pass? Is it because they're politicians? They've been in office for, you know, grouped together for 200-300 years? You know, total experience? It ain't right. It ain't right at all. But what the hell would I know? According to them, I'm just a damned old truck driver. So, other than that, what else has been going on?
Just another day in paradise. You know, they're actively talking about maybe going into other locations where Biden resides and looking for more I mean, they've found documents, and I'm losing track now. Is it 3 different places now or 4?
The last count was 4, and they found 5 or 6 items. And that was one thing that they were talking about on Fox News earlier. They said when they went to Trump, they found 19 items. They said they don't know if it meant boxes, if it meant documents, or different envelopes. And they says, we don't know how many of what it is over here with Biden. And they says, well, it was what is that term when you say, okay, consensual search.
Oh, yes.
No, hell no. If you're going to treat Trump one way, Biden ought to be treated the same. Go in there with an FBI raid, guns blazing, and get lawyers who are up to snuff that have the clearances rather than his personal lawyers, because they're just as guilty as looking at a classified document without having the clearance.
And if you'll recall, they wouldn't let Trump's lawyers go in with him when they went to Mar-a-Lago. They let Biden's lawyers, consensual. Yeah. It was all consensual. They let him go in. Merrick Garland yesterday. Thank you, Heat Wave. Got a break coming up. But yeah, Merrick Garland Monday trying to defend the Justice Department as they're getting criticized that the cases against Biden versus Trump are being treated differently. Does anyone see any difference in the way things are being handled? Yeah, Republicans have accused the Department of Justice of giving special treatment to Biden. I mean, they gave him a heads up and allowed to have his lawyers present when he consented to the search at the home on Friday in Maryland. Now, that's in direct contrast to the surprise raid on the Mar-a-Lago home where Trump's lawyers were not allowed to observe, remember? Yeah, Trump himself has blasted the cases as one-sided, obviously. Yeah, when going back to the first documents, when they were discovered, he says, hey, when's the FBI going to raid the many homes of Joe? Maybe even the White House. These documents were definitely not declassified. Now, supporters of Biden say, well, these are different cases because Biden's team alerted the Department of Justice and willingly surrendered the documents when they were found, whereas Trump was uncooperative, claiming at various times he had declassified the documents, which he could have upon leaving office. And most recently that he only kept empty classified folders as souvenirs, and maybe agents had planted some documents in those folders. Yeah, Trump defenders have noted, as President Trump had the authority, as we've been saying and hearing, to declassify documents, Biden did not as a vice president or a senator when he took the documents. Now, Merrick Garland has appointed a special prosecutor in both cases. And the role of the Justice Department, he says, is to apply the facts and the law in each case and reach appropriate decisions in a nonpartisan, neutral way without regard to who the subjects are. That's what he told reporters yesterday. That's what I've done in each of these cases, and that's what we will continue to do. We do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans. Different rules for the powerful or the powerless, or different rules for the rich or for the poor. Okay, whatever you say there, Merrick, but things just surely appear to be being handled differently. And with that, it is 21 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, let's take a quick look at the severe weather side of this storm system that actually begins later today. As far as the severe weather side, severe thunderstorms will erupt across the southern U.S., targeting areas from Texas to North Carolina from today to Wednesday evening. These storms will pose dangers including flooding rain, isolated tornadoes, and those threats will continue into the overnight hours as well. This is the same system moving out of northern Mexico, begins to gather moisture from the Gulf of Mexico overnight tonight into Tuesday morning, and that will be the impetus for the severe weather risk that begins in Texas later today. Now, the storm emerges from the southern Rockies by early today, pushing into Texas, where the warm, moist air will be pulled northward from the Gulf, clashing with the cold mountain air on the northern flank of the storm. The other ingredients will be coming together to spark strong to severe thunderstorms Tuesday into Wednesday evening across the south. The primary concern across central Texas today will be substantial rain and gusty winds. As the day progresses, though, AccuWeather forecasters tell us locations further east and southeast along the Gulf Coast of Texas, Louisiana, central and southern Mississippi, and Alabama will face additional threats toward the evening hours. By even late morning into the early afternoon, storms could start to turn severe in southeastern Texas before spreading into the lower Mississippi Valley later on Tuesday night. Flooding rains are a big concern, but many storms will be capable of producing damaging winds or even a tornado. Throughout the daytime today, this feature will stomp across central and southern Texas, dropping 1 to 3 inches of rain. Tuesday evening and Tuesday night looks to be the period of greatest concern. Conditions conducive for the development of damaging winds, flooding downpours, and isolated tornadoes. Greatest concern areas south of Interstate 10 from southern Louisiana to far southern Alabama during the overnight period, which is an especially dangerous time for tornadoes. Residents along the Gulf Coast need to have a way to reliably get warnings while sleeping Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Into the morning hours then Wednesday, the threat of strong storms begins to shift into Georgia, the northern Florida panhandle. Thunderstorms continue to push along the southeast coast all the way into Wednesday evening, bringing the risk for travel disruptions as far north as maybe even North Carolina. Forecasters do point out the atmosphere is not really primed for severe thunderstorms on Wednesday, more like they will be today, but they still carry the threat of some dangerous storms. The severe weather threat somewhat diminished compared to later on this afternoon and evening. some of the storm's best energy heads north toward the Ohio Valley. So regardless, thunderstorms are still expected to be over a large swath of the southeast, with a continued risk of downpours, gusty winds, and cannot rule out an isolated tornado. Looks like in the evening hours Wednesday, the heavy rain and storms shift all the way to the Carolina coastal areas. But overall, from now to Wednesday, a widespread portion of the southeast will pick up 1 to 3 inches of rain. Some spots may even see rainfalls totaling as much as 5 inches. Now, you'll see flooding on some of the roadways, elevated streams and rivers, reduced visibility, and some transportation delays. All right, there's our severe weather side of the same system that brings the big swath of disruptive travel conditions with snowfall further to the north. All right, we'll get back to calls coming up here. It looks like maybe we'll hear from the anonymous hippopotamus. Eagle, I believe, is slated to check in. And room for you at 844-844-3388. How about a DA of the Week nominee? Hey, you big dummy, the reason they have the road closed signs is because there's something that has the road closed. You're not supposed to go around the sign. The dump truck fell into a sinkhole Monday morning after the truck driver ignored the street closure sign. I guess he thought if you can't see water on the road, there's nothing to impede him. About 8:30 this past morning, a dump truck crashing into the sinkhole got stuck after driving through the signs warning that the street had been closed due to damage. All right. DA of the Week nominee. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. At least 7 people are dead now after separate shootings in Northern California. Police say a suspect is in custody. There's no ongoing threat to the community. Reports say the shootings happened this afternoon at 2 different locations in the San Francisco Bay Area. At the same time, we are hearing from the man who disarmed the 72-year-old Monterey Park mass shooter over the weekend.
Something came over me. I realized I needed to get the weapon away from him, or else everybody would have died.
During an interview on Good Morning America, Brandon Say said he thought he was going to die when he saw the gunman walk into a dance studio in Alhambra. The death toll in that shooting now up to 11. Southwest Airlines is giving some employees a bonus following last month's travel crisis. The Dallas-based airline says pilots will receive about $45 million in gratitude pay after a software meltdown led to the cancellation of tens of thousands of flights. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looks like truck drivers may have to wait a little bit longer to learn how the FMCSA plans to identify unfit carriers and remove them from the roadways. They'd been scheduled to publish an advance notice of proposed rulemaking regarding safety fitness procedures on January 30th. That notice now is not expected to be released until March. According to the Unified Regulatory Agenda, FMCSA is seeking information on how they might use data and resources more effectively to identify unfit motor carriers and get them off the roadways. All right. FMCSA would seek public comment about the use of available safety data, inspection data to determine carriers' fitness to operate. They're also expected to seek public input on potential changes to what is the current 3-tier safety fitness rating of satisfactory, conditional, and unsatisfactory. The action is also expected to include a review of the list of federal motor carrier safety regulations that the FMCSA uses in their safety fitness rating methodology, as they say. Now, during the OOIDA Board of Directors meeting in November, board members told the FMCSA administrator at the time that there is a distinction between compliance and safety. There's a difference between compliance and crashes. We all know that just complying with a regulation doesn't necessarily make you safer. Although the FMCSA is expected to publish its notice of safety fitness procedures in March, it's still going to be a long process before the agency could issue a final rule. After an advance notice of proposed rulemaking, the regulatory process requires a notice of proposed rulemaking and a final rule. Each of those stages of the process will all include a public comment period. Will the comment periods be 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? It differs from one to the next. But, well, good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
What's happening,
Well,
Gilligan?
You got Jimmy that quick. What's that?
I wasn't sure who it was because, yeah, we're still having to use the 6-7 thing. They're working on that issue the last I checked.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I thought maybe it would at least butcher my message enough to where you could figure it out.
It says, no, it didn't catch anything from you, so I see nothing.
Oh, okay. Well, could be worse. You could have picked up with a less intelligent caller. Look at it that way. Hey, I'm going to touch on a couple things. I got the word out about an accident on I-81 there Friday night. It looked a lot worse than what it turned out to be. A few of your callers, a few of your listeners see my post on Facebook about it, and I spoke to a few. Come to find out, a truck come up on a backup, rear-ended another truck. Unfortunately, he didn't even hardly slow up. When he collided with him, he run off the road and the cam was knocked completely off the truck. That's how hard they hit. But fortunately, no one was hurt. There was a car tore up from parts slung. When I went through there, it looked like 3 trucks involved, but obviously the one stopped just in time because there was not involved. But those of you that see my post and everything, there was nobody hurt in the accident. Now, something else. I sent you an email there a little while ago. Did you get about the one about the trans man and people hating him because he's breastfeeding his baby and all that?
Yes, I see that from the New York Post.
Yeah, all right, let me get something straight here. I know things I have said has been twisted. Right there, he could say what he wants, she wants, or whatever. She's still not a man. Because if she was a man, she wouldn't have been able to give birth to that child. Now, what I was referring to is orphanite, which were born with both sex organs.
Correct.
I also know there's a bit where, the plumbing is one and not the other. I understand that, but I can understand why someone born like that would could say something like that. You get what I mean, Steve? Because it's like, well, I'm not either one. Well, why can't I choose? Okay. That's the only exception I can think of. But, I look at it as a mental thing. Yes, I'd like to be raised an all-star athlete. There was a time in my life in high school, my dream was to be the new starting second baseman of the New York Yankees. I was going to replace Willie Randolph at second base when he retired. Well, guess what? I could field, I could run, I could hit, but once I caught the ball, don't expect me to throw it because I can't throw worth a darn. And even at second base, you're going to have to throw pretty darn good, especially in the majors, But just because if you're a man and you want to be a woman, that don't make you a woman. Or if you're a woman and you want to be a man, that don't make you a man. It's the subject of the X and Y chromosomes come up. Well, all men have X and Y chromosomes. It is genetically impossible for humans to produce double Y chromosomes. Almost 100% of women have double X chromosomes. And an extremely rare occasion, some are born with X and Y chromosomes, but that's extremely rare. I can't find the numbers on it, but it does happen. And there is rare occasions where it's XXY chromosomes. what I understand, that's even rarer than a woman with XY chromosomes. A lot of people don't realize this, but if you're a man, you have a certain amount of estrogen in your body. If you're a woman, you have a certain amount of testosterone in your body. But it is depending on the amount. That's why some women have more hair than others, and some men have less hair than others. It's those levels, you know. But this whole idea that somebody, well, I want to be a man, but was born a woman, and a man that wants to be a woman and was born a man, and that makes me transgender. No. That's a mental thing, you know. Yeah, just because you want to be something don't make you that. It's kind of like I seen a TV show one time, and a short person, I'm going to be a little politically correct with this, said he'd love to know what it was to be the center for the LA Lakers, you know, but that'll never happen. You know, you got to deal with the reality, and I'm sure most of your listeners can agree with that. Well, anyway, I'm going to get out of here for now. So, Steve, I thank you for taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
Welcome back on the road for a new week there. All right, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. What else in the mix? A lot of interesting tidbits. All right, so for those who've been chomping at the bit for Trump to be perp-walked into handcuffs. Oh, yeah, there's a number of folks that are just anxiously anticipating that day. Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. Well, we can go back to the Russian collusion delusion. Yeah, we had impeachment number 1, impeachment number 2, the January 6th inquiry. We now have, the document case, which I think, quite honestly, yeah, the Joe Biden scenario pretty much eliminates any possibility of Trump being let off in handcuffs due to that, because they would have to do the same to Joe Biden in the event. We had the ongoing investigation in New York, right? Which ultimately led to nothing for months and months, day after day, headline after headline. Charges forthcoming. Trump to be charged. Trump to be charged. Turned out to be another much ado about nothing in New York. Case dismissed. On to the state of Georgia. Yeah, our friend Douglas there in the Carolinas, he's just convinced Trump is going to be arrested for interfering in the Georgia election in 2020. We may get some answers to that in fairly short order. Only because the powers that be are being pushed to release the grand jury investigation documents. Yeah, they're trying to keep it all under wraps, because if you keep it under wraps, nobody knows what's going to happen. And you can continue to say, charges forthcoming, charges forthcoming, charges are coming. Trump's going to be arrested. A judge in Atlanta will hear arguments today, Tuesday, January the 24th, and eventually decide if the investigative report looking at the election will see the light of day. This past day, the report that Fulton County Superior Court Judge Robert McBurney will hear arguments, then determine if the report by the special grand jury investigating allegations that former President Trump and his allies interfered in the 2020 election. Again, this is in the state of Georgia. A lawsuit brought by local and national media seeks to make the special grand jury report public before the Fulton County District Attorney, who impaneled the body, decides whether to file criminal charges in the case. Yeah, Willis will reportedly use the findings to make that determination. That special grand jury spent 8 months hearing testimony from a variety of notable personnel, the likes of Lindsey Graham, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp, Trump's lawyer and advisor Rudy Giuliani, and many, many others. According to the lawsuit filed by media outlets, the special grand jury completed and turned in that report on January the 9th, which we recall, and voted to make it public. Today's hearing is scheduled to determine if the report is considered a court record, which would therefore mean it must be made public, according to the lawsuit. Also, Axios reports that the media outlets claim in their brief to the court this matter has enormous public interest, not just to people in Georgia, but to people all over the country, which indeed it does. Yeah, Trump's legal team will not be involved in the hearing. They also reportedly, they're also confident the dispute will not lead to criminal charges against the former president. Another much ado about nothing. Therefore, we can assume the grand jury did their job, looked at the facts and the law, as we have, and concluded there were no violations of the law by President Trump. The Trump legal team said in a statement. One legal expert said releasing the report, however, puts Willis in a difficult position. And why would that be? If the report says there have been certain crimes and certain persons should be prosecuted, and she does not prosecute them, that would come back to hurt her and vice versa. Now, Georgia Attorney Don Samuel, who's representing the state legislature in the matter, said individuals noted in the report may be charged with a crime. As such, they should not be able to redact their information until Willis makes a final charging decision. Now, the question is Judge McBurney today going to give the individuals a chance to, in private, say how they want it redacted so they're not publicly disgraced? If there are any individuals designated in that report and accused of certain crimes, they have an absolute right to have that redacted, certainly until they are indicted for those crimes, according to the legal experts. So it'll be very interesting. Obviously, they're going to hear this arguments today. Who knows how long will it take to make the ultimate decision? Hey, this is it. It's the final report. The grand jury heard the testimony. This is now a court record. How long does it take to figure that out? If I had to wager a guess, based on everything else the Democrats like to do, they like to procrastinate. Let's drag it out. Let's drag it out. Because any day that you can have a headline saying Orange Man is going to be arrested or charged with a crime, in their minds, that's good. But we shall see. Maybe in fairly short order, we'll be able to put another case to rest and move on. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed, plenty of room for you here on a Tuesday morning. Meanwhile, head on down to Eagle, I believe, is on board. What's happening this morning, Eagle? Hey, Eagle, are you there, Eagle? Uh-oh, he may have dozed off. Well, give us a shout back out. I'm not hearing him snoring, but he'll wake up eventually. All right, so we'll move ahead here. Clear lines at the moment. Again, at 844-844-3388. Yeah, this is kind of, sounds like something straight out of a science fiction, Hollywood space type film. But it is not science fiction. And it may actually come to explain some of these reasons why our planet, is kind of a living, breathing planet. Things change. Environment changes. Weather changes. Climate changes. I have a sneaky suspicion this might be one of the reasons that those things occur, having nothing to do with the internal combustion engine, nothing to do with the burning of fossil fuels in any form or fashion. What if I told you Earth's inner core has recently stopped spinning and may now be reversing the direction of its rotation? According to a surprising new study that has probed the deepest reaches of our planet with seismic waves from earthquakes, the mind-boggling results suggest that the Earth's center pauses and reverses direction on a periodic cycle lasting 60 to 70 years. Not 600 to 700 years, but in a lifetime. One of our individual lifetimes. A discovery that might solve the long-standing mysteries about climate and geological phenomena that occur on a similar time frame that affect life on our planet. Of course, it must be noted that there's more or less, that was the plot of a Hollywood film back in 2003, 20 years ago, which was called The Core. Remember that? No need to worry about averting an impending apocalypse by nuking the center of the Earth, which that was what occurred in that film. While the core's rotation influences the Earth's surface environment, scientists think this periodic spin switch is a normal part of its behavior that does not pose risk to life on our planet. Earth's inner core is a solid metal ball that's 75% the size of the moon. It can spin at different speeds and directions compared to our planet because it's nestled within a liquid outer core. Scientists aren't exactly sure how fast it spins or whether that speed varies over time. We're talking some 3,000 miles beneath our feet. The core experiences such intense pressures that it's likely as hot as the surface of the sun. Because it is so remote and difficult to study, the inner core remains one of the last understood environments on our planet. Though it is clear it plays a role in many processes that make our world habitable to life, such as the generation of the Earth's protective magnetic field that blocks the harmful radiation of the sun from reaching the planet. A pair of researchers at Peking's University School of Earth and Space Sciences has captured surprising observations that indicate the inner core has nearly ceased its rotation in the recent decade. You know, the last 10 years, it may be experiencing a turn back in a multi-decadal oscillation, with another turning point back in the early 1970s, according to the study published this past day in the journal or the Nature Geoscience. You know, there's still a lot, with all that we do know about this planet, as bizarre as it may be, there's still a lot that we do not know. And, you know, have they not talked for years about the poles? The magnetic North Pole and South Pole has been kind of shifting, moving ever so slowly, but it has indeed been moving. I remember sharing studies talking about the movement of that pole would have an impact on the likes of GPS, navigational devices. At some point, it begins to throw those devices off. Things we still may or may not really know the answers to about our planet, but how many things in just our lifetime that were science fiction, like the movie The Core, that really happened in reality? Points to ponder. But back to your calls after the news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A suspect is in custody now after at least 7 people were killed and 3 critically injured in separate Northern California shootings. Reports say they happened this afternoon at 2 different locations, including one at a marijuana growing farm in Half Moon Bay south of San Francisco. The second shooting happened south of the city's downtown area. Meanwhile, Los Angeles County Sheriff's officials sharing more on what they found inside the home of the 72-year-old Monterey Park mass shooting suspect.
They were in containers, and there are hundreds of rounds. We don't know exactly how many there were.
L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna, that suspect accused of killing 11 and injuring 9 others. Elsewhere in the U.S., Monday, 2 students were reportedly shot and killed at a nonprofit mentorship program in central Iowa. The Biden administration pushing back against a Republican plan restricting the use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
A House bill would require the Department of Energy to develop a plan to increase oil and gas production to offset any drawdown to the reserves. Bad idea, says Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm.
The House Republicans are now pursuing this extreme agenda.
Granholm went on to say President Biden would veto the bill if it made it to his desk. I'm John Schaefer.
The White House plans to hold a meeting with top Democratic leaders in Congress as gridlock with House Republicans on the issue of the debt ceiling will loom large. Administration officials have said prior to today the White House would not get mixed up in debt ceiling negotiations.
A range of issues. As you know, this is how these conversations happen. There's always a long agenda of items that both sides want to talk about.
Republicans have vowed not to raise the debt limit unless deep cuts are made to federal spending. All 4 Oath Keeper defendants are being found guilty of seditious conspiracy for the Capitol riot. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The U.S. State Department says it's letting Western allies make their own decisions about what military hardware to send to Ukraine.
This is a sovereign decision on the part of each country to decide.
Pressure has ratcheted up in recent days for Western allies, including the U.S. and Germany, to begin shipping Ukraine heavier, harder-hitting battle tanks. Germany, though, concerned about building those tanks and giving them to any nation outside NATO. A former top FBI official in custody over connections to a Russian oligarch.
Charles McGonigal was arrested Saturday when he arrived at JFK Airport in New York, according to ABC News. McGonigal, who was the former special agent in charge of counterintelligence at the FBI's New York field office, is facing a charge of violating U.S. sanctions. It's alleged he attempted to get Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska, who had been sanctioned by the U.S. government, off that sanctions list. McGonigal pleaded not guilty Monday to the 4-count indictment. I'm John Schaefer.
New York Mayor Eric Adams says the Big Apple's running out of places to house migrants as he pushes to shelter them on cruise ships. He says it's similar to the way things were handled during the height of the COVID-19 emergency.
We use ships to house people. We opened tents in Central Park during COVID-19. We had trailers in front of hospitals.
Adams says the city's infrastructure is overwhelmed after opening 77 emergency hotels and 4 temporary shelter centers. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pullers and fans are readying their rigs for a midwinter trek to the Sunshine State. But to make it safe and fair for all those horses, it takes zebras. So first, Tech School was in session this weekend, and with a first-time professor at that. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It's almost here, the Ocala Tractor Pull for the second year and NTPA sanctioned event presented by the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association will invade the Southeast Livestock Pavilion this Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th. The Non-Points Invitational is the association's first chance in the 2023 calendar year to throw smoke and rattle rafters with 3 national rules classes, super farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, and 5 Mid-Florida classes. Gates open at 3 p.m. and the action starts at 6 p.m. Listen for a full rundown of class winners and top performers in next week's report, and complete results will be posted to ntpapull.com. Check out midfltractorpullers.com for event details. For those bound to northern climes, you have something to look forward to as winter draws its last breath in March. The Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Ship Show on a Spring Nationals hits the Michiana Event Center on March 17th and 18th for 5 divisions each night. You can get your tickets today at a discounted rate at shopntpa.com. And alongside those Ocala results, we'll have a major announcement next week concerning another famed indoor venue that will soon feature NTPA championship pulling. We can't wait to share the details. But first, we note that large portions of the association's off-season are spent preparing our satellite staff, tech officials, and entry clerks to be successful at their important work all season long. And just so you know, there's a lot more to officiating than waving flags. Insurance requires, and common sense demands, that every vehicle undergo and pass a thorough technical inspection of safety features at each event before it is allowed anywhere near an NTPA competition track. What kinds of devices are we talking about? Everything from a shutoff switch, informally called a kill switch, to engine and driveline shielding and tethering, to structures such as roll cages and wheelie bars. Specifications on all of these measures exist for every division of NTPA competition to ensure the safety of every spectator and puller. And the men and women who wear the NTPA shield on their backs have got to know them all, along with an ever-lengthening list of constraints on performance parts like turbochargers and tires. Where do you go to learn about all this complexity? To NTPA Tech School, of course, the first of which for this year was conducted on Saturday, January 21st at the shop and meeting hall of NTPA competitors Kevin Criswell and Brad Benedict near Marion, Ohio. The school was led by newly appointed Director of Technical Services Marvin Epperson of Camden, Ohio, with a seminar on fuel and water sampling and testing conducted by Region 2 Director Tom Jackson of Lodi, Ohio. Over 20 officials from all across the Buckeye State studied vehicles provided by Benedict and by Corey Hoffman of nearby Richwood, and then took a 50-question exam authored by the SFI Foundation, an independent certification organization that promotes motorsport safety. All agreed it was a highly productive day and demonstrated once more that tractor pulling people genuinely enjoy each other's company and work tirelessly for the betterment of our great motorsport. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you for the updates, Mr. Dunlap. And good morning to our friends at TNCRadio.live as we host the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. It's kind of a simplified version where you have one keyword per day. And today's keyword, here you go. Your keyword is jewelry. Can you use that in a sentence? Women love jewelry? I don't know, some men do too, I guess. Jewelry. Jewelry is the keyword today. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Click on contest, enter your keyword and the pertinent information. That's it. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway brought to you by Hot Shot Secret and TNCRadio.live. Tom points out, looks like today, Tuesday, going to be pretty rough weather-wise. on I-20, 35, 45, and especially along I-10 across the Gulf Coast, including the TNC Radio.live studios. They're in Houston. Drivers, please exercise caution out there. Stay tuned. We will interrupt programming as needed to keep you informed throughout the day. Coming up right after the overnight drive this morning, it's a new episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Cortman. You are not responsible for the actions and words of other people. We'll talk about that this morning. Then coming up 6 a.m. Eastern, catch an all-new episode of Truckers Life Radio with Ron Frazier and our friends from TFC Global. This week, hear from Pastor Mac and the Roadside Ministry. And yes, today, more than ever, stay safe out there, drivers. Well, hello, hippopotamus. I mean, horse feathers.
Yeah, there you go. So did that work there this morning?
It's working right now. Yeah, it's normal on the screen.
Okay. Well, I put in that extra thing in my automatic speed dial thing there, so I don't have to manually dial the number anymore.
Okay.
So I just did it automatic dial, but I got the extra put in there, so I didn't know if it would work that way or if it would omit it or what would ever happen with that. So let's see. My sentence for jewelry. Some people don't consider nipple rings jewelry. Does that work?
That works.
Okay. So, let's see. Anyways, so do you have a calendar of March there in front of you by chance?
Of course not.
Okay, so I believe if we count in March, like towards the end of the month, so we'll count March 28, March 29, March 30th, March 31st, then April 1st. I don't know if you realize, but when you were talking about the truck show,
I said 29th, 30th, and 1st. So it's actually the 30th, 31st, and 1st then?
I believe so. I believe March has 31 days. February doesn't. April, I don't know. It's all the months that don't end in R or something.
All right. You're right. I pulled it up here. It's that would be 30, 31, and 1. I apologize.
Yeah, just in case everybody got confused, like, hey, why are they taking a day off in the middle there? Why aren't they having it on the 31st?
I don't know why I was thinking 30 days in March. I am incorrect. Yep, you're right.
Yep. So no, not a problem. But anyways, there. So let's see. So why is it for all of a sudden now this mass shooting? We're supposed to lower our United States American flags halfway.
Yeah.
Why not any of the other ones? Why not for children? Shouldn't children have had the respect of having the flag lowered halfway if this needed the flag lowered halfway?
I thought it was kind of odd. I don't know. I have to think back. I mean, I guess they have lowered the flags for some mass shootings, not all, but I don't know how you determine one versus the other.
There you go. So anyways, I guess the state of Maryland is prepared for the upcoming snow apocalypse, whatever all the big problems going to be with the snow or the weather or whatever, because they've already been out pre-treating the highways, Your Honor. 9 o'clock last night, 9 p.m. last night, Monday night, they were out there spraying their pre-treatments on the highway. So they're getting ready now. According to our weather predictor, there's nothing supposed to start happening here until 10 o'clock Wednesday morning. So I'm thinking they're like 24 hours early on doing this pre-treatment deal. Not that I think this pre-treatment does anything to help anything anyways, other than make it more slippery, but that's it really, Your Honor, it really kind of does, because the first original snow that comes down, now I admit probably with freezing rain and stuff that might help a little bit, but normally the first snow that comes down, if the ground is cold enough, it will it'll just stay there and just blow off the road. With this pre-treatment on there, it melts it, starts to melt it, and as soon as you drive on it, it runs it right to ice. So the roads actually become slippery before anything really starts to develop, that there's any accumulation whatsoever. When normally there'd just be a slight dusting or your first few flurries and everything, it seems to get worse in the beginning instead of doing what they think it's supposed to help. But I don't know. That's my opinion. And there's something different about the snow now, the way it's treated, that it turns into like a slushy oatmeal. There's no traction in snow anymore like there used to be. I don't know. Whatever the treatment is they're using doesn't seem to, if there's anything on the highway, doesn't make it any better to drive in. So, anyways, what else we got going for you here? I saw on the news last night they got some electronic device that they're going to use that plugs into your ear that's supposed to help you not have withdrawal from narcotics. So if you have, opium or whatever, or I don't know if it's just for narcotics, but anything you'd have a withdrawal symptom from, you're supposed to use this electronic device, and I guess the county I live in is going to be one, and I guess insurance is supposed to pay for it. And I don't know. It's going to be a crazy deal, but I don't know. I guess anything to help people try to get off drugs if they're addicted to it. They want to try to get off, and I guess that's a good thing. I guess so. But it's a little electronic device that you're supposed to plug into your ear and see how that works. But I don't know. And I mean all the best wishes out there to Bubba Bo. I got to meet him in 13 there at the first truck show I came to. He was, we were all over in the parking lot. There was a lot of cooking and everything going on way back in 13. Burnt beans was out there, and can we say Papa John parking lot yet?
Yeah, right.
Has that been cancel cultured and whitewashed and everything else? But we were over there when all that was going on, and had a good time. Met a couple other people. I got a couple pictures. Maybe I'll post up there from when I was there then. And of course the Sugar Bear, hearing that news there, and I've seen a couple posts about that. So I don't know. I guess that's about it. As I say, our impending weather is supposed to be a really nice day around here. So but our impending weather is supposed to be like 10 o'clock Wednesday morning. It's supposed to start, and depend on. To the east, it's supposed to stay rain. To the west, it's supposed to be a mix, and further west is supposed to be snow. And we'll see how it all develops and pans out in the end. But other than that, I guess until we come up with something new. Oh, hey, it will be back in the 50s by the weekend. So if you want to hang around, anything that there is in Maryland will all be gone by probably Friday, because like Friday, Saturday, Sunday is all supposed to have highs somewhere in the 50s again. So.
That sounds good to me.
Anyways, so all right. Well, we'll let you catch you later there, Your Honor. Appreciate you being on, and we'll talk to you in a bit.
Thank you for checking in. There you go. Let's see. Flip over to some of our other friends. There's hello, Steve Summers in the Overnight Drive fan page. Hello, God's children. Brother Rambler checking in from the birthplace of legendary country music star Hank Locklin. Bruton, Alabama, 37 degrees. That's right. Tonight, the first night on the new route. No more New Orleans. I'll be leaving here soon, headed to Andalusia, Alabama. We'll try to call in tonight, but until then, y'all stay safe, behave yourselves, and old Brother Rambler loves you. All right. Hello to Norman. They're in north central Kansas, checking in from the home 20 at 23 degrees this morning. Shout out to everybody be safe. I wonder when the FBI was searching the home there, how many Hunter's old crack pipes they found. You can't help but wonder. They probably did, right? Hello to Rick in Columbus. Rick friend. Hope everybody had a safe, awesome day, Monday. On my first cup of coffee tomorrow. They're talking 2 to 4 inches. Yeah, I thought Columbus was actually looking at a little more because our local at least at the moment, they're saying 2 to 4, a heavy wet 2 to 4 inches, a change to sleet and a change to plain old rain. We'll see how correct those forecasts are because typically when a storm's out in, say, New Mexico, as it is at this hour, the models always end up shifting a bit north or south. So we could end up getting almost nothing but rain, or we could end up on the heavier snow side. You just never know. And why we're always right along that dividing line here along the Ohio River. Bourbon Street Gary, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew checking in, listening at the Hacienda. Are you at the Hacienda again tonight? Is that 2 in a row? All right, be safe, drivers. Hillbilly Tex, morning, Steve, and all my radio friends. Hope all is well. I heard Buzz was still trying to get to the moon, right? Exit 81 off the Big 75, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Pappy on board, 27 degrees, far side of southwestern Hamilton County. Ohio note to Gilligan. We are living in an alternate reality and an alternate universe right now. Yeah, pretty much. That's about the truth of it these days. Donna checks in and says, I do not believe in global warming. After living in California for 55 years, they'll never convince me this is such BS, the big lie. All right, good to have you with us there, Donna. Hello to Shorty, fixing to get on I-4, heading toward Orlando this morning with 50 degrees at this hour. All right, the story out of Michigan. Police officer under investigation after allegedly stealing another officer's lunch. It's a fun story, folks. It's the K-9. The Wyandotte Police Department said stealing is not only a crime, but it's morally wrong. Some jobs, like that of being a police officer, require you to take an oath prior to starting. Now, within the officer's sworn oath is the promise to protect a person's property. That being said, it saddens me to report that a current officer at the Wyandotte Police Department is under investigation for stealing. Incident happened a couple days ago at the station. Officer Barwig was eating lunch in the break room when he was called to assist with another person in the department's jail. The officer left his half-eaten lunch on the table. A short while later, Barwig and another officer returned to the break room, only to find Officer Ice strolling out the room, licking his chops. When the officers went inside the lunchroom, Barwig's entire lunch had disappeared. Now, the department does say Officer Ice has a history of rummaging through the trash cans. Been several other accusations of him actually taking fruit right out of his co-workers' hands as they walk by. Officer Ice has invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and is not cooperating, they said. The department said they'll consider opinions from Facebook followers on how they should proceed in this case. Oh, old Officer Ice licking his chops. Enjoyed that lunch, I bet he did. Hey, did we wake up, Eagle? Or were you snoozing?
Nah, brother, I wasn't asleep. I had to get out of the truck. It's raining outside where I'm at right now. I had to get out of the truck to take care of something.
I got you.
You put me on the air when I was out of the truck, but
I thought you were there because we didn't hear you snoring or anything. So I said, I don't know. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm wide awake tonight. I don't know why, but yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Well, I didn't do too much driving. That's probably why I ain't sleepy tonight. Yeah, so I'm wide awake tonight, brother. That's why I called in early. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple things to talk about tonight. What I forgot to talk to you about last night, I forgot, but believe me, I know what I want to say now. I told you I was in Georgia last week, where I had left Georgia on Friday, and I wanted to talk about the events that took place over the weekend. You know how I feel about the Antifa organization I told you about those guys 2 or 3 years ago when they was doing their thing over there in Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington. These losers. Now here's how it goes, Steve. You basically said what I'm gonna say right now. These people are paid troublemakers. Those people that was in Atlanta, Georgia, like you said, they don't even live in Atlanta. They fly these people in, they bus them in, they drive in, but they don't have nothing to do with Atlanta, Georgia. And that's the reason why, people, remember a couple of years ago, Steve, people used to say, remember after George Floyd, people used to say, why would somebody burn their own city to the ground, a place where you live at? Why would you burn down a grocery store that you have to shop at? Why would you burn down a Wendy's restaurant that you have to eat at? It doesn't make sense. You know why it doesn't make sense, Steve? Because those people don't live in those areas. I seen a video, when they was having the George Floyd protest, and these two girls, they were 2 white girls, and 2 black girls just happened to come upon them, and they were setting the restaurant on fire. And the black girls told them, hey, what the hell are you doing? They say, you don't even live here, and you out here burning down restaurants. You see what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely, yes.
These people are nothing but paid troublemakers that go from city to city looking to cause some trouble. And those are the ones that throw firebombs in the building, bust out windows, bust out police cars. It's not the people that live there, Steve. You don't have to be a genius to figure it out. Why would you, like I said before, why would you want to burn your whole damn neighborhood down to the ground? And then you don't have nowhere to shop at. You don't have nowhere to go. You don't have no Walmart. You don't have no Kroger's. You don't have no this and this. It makes no sense. So, like I said before, so here's how it goes, like I told you before, because you know how I feel about these individuals, Steve. These people, as far as I'm concerned, they are international or domestic terrorists, and they need to be treated accordingly. If these people are caught by the authorities, they need to be placed in jail and the key thrown away, because we don't need these type of people around, Steve. You can get your point across, as I've told you so many times, you can get your point across without violence. You can get your point across without setting buildings on fire, cars on fire. If that's the only way you can get your point across, then we're gonna, like I said, then the authorities need to treat you. Want to act like an animal, like I told you years ago, Steve. You want to act like an animal, I'm gonna treat you like an animal, and that's the way these people need to be treated. We're not gonna tolerate that type of behavior in America by these individuals. And now, because it's uncalled for to do what they're doing just to get your point across. Now, the other thing that's going on right now is these shootings around America, Steve.
Yeah, hold that thought there, Eagle. California, I mean, yeah, two different locations, and I'm still a little confused if it was the same individual involved at both locales this past day. But we got to get a news break in here, and we'll return. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Police say they believe the suspect accused of killing 7 people at 2 different locations in California acted alone. The related shootings happened Monday in Half Moon Bay, just south of San Francisco. Authorities say the elderly suspect turned himself in and is cooperating. This follows a weekend shooting where a suspect shot and killed 11 people in Monterey Park in Southern California before killing himself the next day. That leaves 18 people dead over 2 days. 2 students are dead, and a well-known community organizer is in serious condition after a shooting Monday afternoon at a nonprofit organization for at-risk youth near downtown Des Moines, Iowa. Police say the students killed were 16 and 18-year-old males. Starts Right Here founder Will Keeps remains hospitalized. 3 suspects are in custody. Former President Donald Trump is lashing out at Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and his wife, Elaine Chao. In a post on Truth Social, Trump uses a racist nickname to refer to Chao and questioned whether...
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Eagle had some comments about the shootings in California. Here's the lowdown. They mentioned it was indeed the same individual at both locations. Sounds like, what do you call a disgruntled employee sort of scenario. They still have no motive in the first shooting that took place Saturday night into Sunday morning there. But, okay, so 7 confirmed dead at 2 landscaping nurseries in Half Moon Bay, San Mateo County. The shooter was believed to be a worker at either one or maybe both locations, and the victims are believed to be workers as well, or what would have been, I guess, co-workers. An 8th person is at Stanford Medical Center in critical condition. The suspect identified as 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao, 67-year-old resident of Half Moon Bay. He is in custody and cooperating. The 2 locations are about a half mile from each other, according to the sheriff there. No motive at this point, but again, as a co-worker, Sheriffs arrived at the first location a little after 2:20 local time, found 4 victims dead of gunshot wounds, 5th victim wounded. 3 more were found at the second location soon thereafter. Zhao was found in his vehicle in the parking lot of the sheriff's office, according to the Half Moon Bay substation, about 4:40 in the afternoon. So kind of turned himself in. Semi-automatic handgun was found in the vehicle. Zhao acted alone. There's no outstanding threat to the public, according to the sheriff's office. Now, again, further down the line, this just less than 48 hours after 11 were killed and wounded 9 at the Chinese-owned ballroom dance studio there in Monterey. And no motive at this point for that shooting. But all right, let me get back to Eagle. So that one sounds like a disgruntled employee to me.
Yeah, Steve. You know something, man? You know, we've been talking about these shootings for a long time. You know what I think, Steve? I'm at a loss for where we don't talk about it. You know, I don't know how you can stop these shootings. But one thing I think happened in this situation in California, I think that it's probably a copycat type deal. You know, this guy here, he probably already had it on his mind to do something like this. But when he saw the guy down there in the other part of California, or the Asian man or white guy, whoever he was, shot all those 10 people, I think that this guy decided that he was going to make his move, the day after. You know, it happened the day. I think that this guy saw what happened in the other part of California. He decided to do a copycat type deal. Well, what do you think about that?
Could very well be. I guess they could probably get the answers to that question since he turned himself in and he's cooperating with them. And the first guy killed himself. So we'll never know unless he left a note or something what his motivation was.
I think he probably was a copycat type deal. But Steve, like I said before, I think that another problem that I think that the United States does, and like you say, I'm glad a lot of people on some of these stations, they don't even mention the guy's name. Because that's what these people want, see, Steve. A lot of these individuals that do this type of stuff, they want to go down in a blaze of glory. They want their name on the TV. They want their face on the TV. They don't care if they die in the situation or not. They are happy with their life, and they don't care how many individuals they take with them when they go out. So I think that people like, CNN, Fox Television, and MSNBC, all these people, they don't even need to acknowledge these people. Don't even put these people's name on the television. Don't put the man's face on there. Don't give these people no type of publicity, because that's what a lot of these individuals want, Steve. We talked about this before. A lot of people don't even mention these people's names. And I think, what'd you say?
I said, yeah, you're correct. Yep, especially when the school shootings and the teenagers, things like that.
Yeah. Don't even mention these people's name, and try to keep their face off the TV as much as possible, because you have other individuals out there, they might be happen to watch Fox News and they see this guy's face on television and say, hey, wait a minute, this guy did his thing, and look at all the publicity this guy's all over the news 24 hours a day. Yeah. He said, I can do the same deal and I can be on the television set. So that's one of the things I think they can do to maybe stop some of these shootings. But like I say, here we go again, Steve, with all these politicians, and you already know what the first thing that come out of their mouth is these Democrats and people like Joe Biden and these other people is we got to take the guns off the street. That's the first thing they got to say every time we have a mass shooting, and that's the exact opposite of what you need to do. You see down here in Texas, Steve, you notice that we don't have too many mass shootings down here in Texas, except for this deal that happened down there with this punk in that school. But see, a lot of people in Texas have guns, Steve, and I think that that's the only way that you can really stop these type of situations is that if you have, like, say you in a Walmart and a man walk in there with a gun and start shooting, if you got a gun, maybe you can, extinguish this guy and put him down before he ends up taking 20 or 30 lives. I'd rather have people walking around with guns than to have them not. And then you got one man in a Walmart start shooting. I'd rather have, you don't know who these unidentified people are with guns. I'd rather have it like that. And, I'm just saying, a guy, don't you think so, Steve? A mass shooter, he would think twice before he go into a building if he knew that he might possibly be shot down by somebody else in the store. Don't you agree with that?
100%. Yes. I mean, how many times do we talk about they go into typically they go into the what they call the no gun zone, no weapons allowed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You took the words. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah. You're right about that gun-free zones, and that's the reason why, like you say, that's why they go to schools. That's why they go to office buildings. Sporting events, places like that, where nightclubs. Because you're not supposed to have no gun in a bar or a nightclub, and the gun-free zones, and that's what these individuals look for. So I believe that if there's a chance that if more people are armed, I think that we can. I think that that'll probably help alleviate the situation. But I'm gonna repeat myself one more time before I hang up with you, Steve. And you already know this because I know you're a good man. Removing the guns from the American people is not gonna stop the mass shootings. So the Democrats and all the people up there in Washington that want to take people's guns away, they can stop talking about that, because taking guns away is not gonna stop mass shooting. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
There you go. Thank you very much, Eagle. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. And who we got next at 844-3388. Would that be Philip checking in from Florida, I believe? Morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Here we are. Made it through Monday. And it's back to do it all over again, right?
That's right, buddy. And Splash Mountain is closed down. So no more riding that thing. So, but anyway, a lot of folks don't understand with guns, it ain't the gun that does it, it's the person who pulls the trigger.
Sure.
So I think the big thing that we need to address in the whole situation with all these shootings is we need to address mental status on anything. I mean, the gun is just another object in the deal. It's no different than your car. It's no different than a knife. It's no different than anything else. It's just an object. It's dependent on how that object's used. And I think the big thing that we have a lot of challenges with is a mental deal. That's what they need to be addressing. They need to address the mental illness in this country. And that's what it is. It's mental illness. Now, do you remember back in the 90s, Steve, when we had a lot of those post office shootings with disgruntled employees? Remember that?
That's when the term going postal came into existence, right?
That's right. You know what? There actually was a computer game that was developed called Postal that you could buy for your computer, and you could put different things in it. And it was kind of like a shoot 'em up game, it was a shoot 'em up game, and that's where that term came from. And, it's happened across the United States. There was, I don't know if you remember this or not, getting into the trucking industry. You remember the shooting at the Navistar plant up in Illinois?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's happened there. It's just one of those deals. It's like, think about all the people that work in jobs for years and years and years and under a lot of pressure to get their job done completed. They need everything right, and they need it on time. And you have that kind of pressure, and you do that, you deal with that for 40 or 50 years, or even 20 or 30 years, or even on a lower scale, 10 years. And stuff like that happens, and it's mental illness. People break down mentally after so many years, or say, for instance, in a situation, somebody does something to somebody, and that's their way of retaliating. And they feel that they have to retaliate that way. Is it the correct way? Absolutely not. It should never hurt anybody else. But it's what it is. But before I go, I just want to mention, though, yesterday, Starbase, they pulled it off. They did a complete fill-up of the tank, the whole shot, filled up the Starship itself and the booster in one try. They did it in a little bit over an hour. So today is going to be the real test. I want to see if they light that thing up. So I doubt they will, but we'll see what they do.
Mm-hmm.
That will be amazing if they light that thing up and 33 engines going. That's going to be cool. I wouldn't want to be in Boca Chica and around that area, because I tell you what, the vibration is going to be crazy. I think they're going to have a lot of vibration that they never heard before, and it's going to be pretty crazy.
Well, I remember when the Artemis lifted off. Remember a couple days later they said it blew out the doors and the elevator shaft and all. I mean, I can't help but wonder if this massive rocket might do damage to the launch pad there as well. Do they have all the water suppression for this thing there at Boca Chica like they do at Cape Canaveral?
Well, at first they did, and then they've been testing this all along. A lot of people have been watching it, but they've been testing all along, and they've tried different amounts of engines. So they did a 6 run. I think they did 10. I think 10 is as much as they've ever did, but when they did the 10 run, they actually hurt the orbital launch pad, and they had to rework it and redo the concrete underneath it. And if you look at 39A, which is the pad that the Apollo rocket took off of, 39B, the one that Artemis took off of, they have a trench underneath it. They fill that trench full of water, and they keep that water coming in there as that thing is fired up.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing the same thing with this one. The only difference is they don't have that trench. It's suspended above the ground, and they're spraying water on it, is what they're doing. So we'll see how it works out. The one thing that amazes me, Steve, do you ever wonder how they lift up that thing? How can you lift up something that weighs that heavy? They've got one winch at the base of that tower. It's on the back side of that tower. There's a little house structure that's built on the back of the tower that has a winch on it. And that winch is the only thing that lifts up well, they call them the chopsticks, but they pick that thing up and stack it up on there. And that one winch does it. That one winch is also going to be used to catch that when it comes back down. Now, they're not going to do the catch on this run. When they lift off this time, it's going to go up, it's going to come back, the booster's going to fall into the Gulf of Mexico, and the Starship, it's going to fall in over by Hawaii. So it's going to be interesting, though. We'll see how it plays out. So that's all I pretty much got today. And folks, if you got somebody out there that's got mental illness, get them some help. Y'all have a good day, buddy.
Safe travels and a good day at work, right? Is there such a thing, right? Yeah, have a great day. And it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, by the way, also down there in Phillips' neck of the woods, why we even have to hold these discussions is beyond me, but In recent years, we get a lot of these discussions. A school district in Florida is now set to require students to use bathrooms, locker rooms, and dressing rooms that correspond with their biological sex. The school district, which encompasses the state capital of Tallahassee, updating its inclusive school guide for LCS employees Friday in response to a 7-4 ruling by the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta. As we closed out 2022, the court set a policy by Florida's St. Johns County School Board of requiring students to use bathrooms according to their biological sex or a sex-neutral bathroom is not a violation of the U.S. Constitution's Equal Protection Clause or Title IX federal regulations. The district superintendent Friday approved a new designation called AP 5865, which reads, all students shall use bathrooms, locker rooms, and dressing rooms corresponding with their biological sex at birth, or use a single occupancy bathroom. The full board is expected to vote on that designation during a meeting which will be taking place today, as a matter of fact. Why are we even having to hold these discussions is beyond me, but all right, Scrapyard. It's been a while since we heard from you there in Arkansas. What's happening, Scrapyard? Happy New Year, I guess.
Happy New Year to you too, Brother Steve. I'm just stepping on eastbound with a hammer down. On that, the shootings out there in California, we had that second one out there involving the Chinese New Year. One thing that hasn't really been brought to mind, look at the age group of the two shooters are in their 60s and 70s.
Yes, correct.
But Department of Homeland Security has been getting involved in every major metropolitan area across the country because they've been finding these secret Chinese government-funded police stations all across the country. There is a distinct possibility that these are sleeper agents or Manchurian candidates, people that have been forcibly hypnotized to carry out the Chinese government's will. I've got a friend of mine that's in an alphabet agency, and we were talking about that today. I was concerned the first one, this is even before I knew about the second one. And Department of Homeland Security is looking at that possible Chi-Com infiltration of the country.
Well, I don't know. I do know about the Chinese police stations. I've seen and heard about how those actually exist. Now, about, I don't know, hypnotizing or using sleeper agents. I don't know about that, but
it's always a distinct possibility. Let's just say I've had my foot in that door before. When it comes to serving the country, it's been in my family line quite a lot. My grandfather was OSS. He said he would tell me things that they used to do. So it's a distinct possibility.
Well, very interesting, Scrapyard. So aside from that, how's your new year starting out? Everything all right out there? Just rolling, moving up and down the interstate?
Well, I'm still alive. I went down around the first year. I had that bad bug. It was going around. Ended up with that super pneumonia and almost kicked the bucket.
Wow.
Yeah, it got pretty. It was touch and go there. I didn't think I was going to actually make it. Pretty bad. And the hospitals around there were full. They just sent me home, basically. You couldn't find a hospital bed down here in Arkansas, basically.
Well, I'm glad you pulled through, Scrapyard.
Yeah, that's plenty of that hot whiskey sours. Oh, no, toddies. Excuse me, toddies. Yeah, plenty of that. And all that Theraflu. They got me through. But down there they've been treating the roads down here. pre-treating before this storm and all that, but they're talking about a pretty hefty rain showers coming ahead on the forefront of the snow that's going to happen down there. And so more than likely, they just spend all that money and all that treating these interstate systems out through here and end up with it washed off before the snow gets here.
Wow. I mean, I'm looking at, the map I'm looking at is kind of depicting, they're in north central Arkansas. Some areas could see 8-9 inches between like Fayetteville and Harrison, Arkansas. Yeah, Little Rock, probably Little Rock not looking for any accumulation, just rain there.
Yeah, that's I haul a load from over around Little Rock over to Springdale, kick a load off, take one on, and try to get back. And I-49 is just really not friendly in those conditions. And so the boss man is looking at it very hard about possibly canceling tonight's upcoming run. That around the Bobby Hopper Tunnel and around Mountainburg and Chester and Winslow is usually where it sees the worst due to, I think it's either the Mulberry or the Spring River. A lot of moisture, changing temperatures for the fog and everything, and it ends up freezing on those elevated roadways, which may be 200 feet above the top of the canyon.
Yeah. Now, you guys in Arkansas, you all aren't all that prepared to handle 6, 8, 10 inches of snow, are you?
Yeah, we're better in Louisiana though.
Okay.
Down there, their choice of words is about when it comes to snow and ice. The good Lord put it there, the good Lord take it away.
That's about it, because you give it a few days and it'll warm up. Yeah, I'm looking here. Yeah, winter storm warnings. It says like north central and west central Arkansas and the higher terrain of the Cachita Mountains. I mean, they're saying 4 to 8 inches. Some areas 8 to 10 inches in the higher terrain of the Boston Mountains there in Arkansas. 8 to 10. Yeah, that'll have profound traffic impacts. What do you say we get a news break? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Republicans in the House majority have promised to investigate President Biden and this White House as we head into the 2024 election. Leading those efforts is the Oversight Committee. Jared Rizzi has more.
President Biden meets with congressional Democratic leadership today, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Democrats are calling for a clean debt ceiling vote. Speaker Kevin McCarthy has said that's a non-starter for him, and Republicans have demanded spending cuts in exchange for not letting the country go into default. Biden will also hold a reception for new members of Congress later today at the White House. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will reportedly make a trip to Taiwan later this year. Punchbowl News reports McCarthy will visit the island nation sometime in the spring. The Pentagon is in the early stages of planning the visit. This comes as House Republicans have made countering China a major focus of their new majority. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island in August, prompting China to carry out weeks of military drills in the region. Most New Yorkers believe embattled Congressman George Santos should resign. A new Siena College survey says 59% says he should step down, and 56% say they view Santos unfavorably. The poll was taken last week when Santos was denying allegations that he took money that was raised for a disabled veteran's dog. A key economic report shows conditions worsening in the U.S. The Conference Board's leading economic index fell sharply by 1% in December. Over the last 6 months, it has fallen just over 4% compared to a decline of just under 2% the previous 6 months. The conference's board's senior director of economics said the drop continues to signal recession for the U.S. economy in the near term. The director added economic activity will likely turn negative in the upcoming quarters before picking up in the final quarters of the year. A movie in Nike's formative years starring Ben Affleck and Matt Damon is getting a theatrical release. Amazon Studios Air will hit theaters on April 5th. I'm Julio Flores.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
USA News Update. Last week, the U.S. government hit the federal debt ceiling as Republicans and Democrats line up strategies for the next 6 months before extraordinary measures to keep the government funded run out.
President Biden meets with congressional Democratic leadership today, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Democrats are calling for a clean debt ceiling vote. Speaker Kevin McCarthy has said that's a non-starter for him, and Republicans have demanded spending cuts in exchange for not letting the country go into default. Biden will also hold a reception for new members of Congress later today at the White House. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
A movie in Nike's formative years starring Ben Affleck and Matt Damon is getting a theatrical release. Amazon Studios Air will hit theaters on April 5th. It will be Amazon's first movie to release in cinemas since 2019's Late Night. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Everybody on the same page now. Here we are on a Tuesday. Close out a Monday. Entering the 24th day of January. Oh, by the way, if you're one of those who maybe has a refund coming from Uncle Sam, yeah, Monday was, I guess, the official kickoff of tax return season. The IRS started accepting returns this past day. So I said, obviously, those who are going to be expecting refunds will be those that'll file early. For those who are expected to be owing Uncle Sam, we'll be waiting about, April the 14th? And then saying, hey, Dean Michael, can you just fill out for an extension? Get me to October 15th. I think that's the dates when you get the 6-month extension thing. Yeah, but IRS now accepting tax returns for the 2022 year. Hey, good morning to Bolt. Checking in via email. 35 degrees at the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia. We've had some flurries, but nothing major. Hey, I've got 2 words of advice for our friends out there. If you're going to drink, don't get so drunk that you try to do CPR on a dead deer. And also, if you're buying your drugs, don't show up to a police raid and ask officers about your dealer. I'll tell you, it was a working drive-through tonight. Have a safe, wonderful night out there. It's like that's kind of like stories. You can't make this stuff up. So dude's looking to show up at somebody, he's showing up at his dealer's residence, expecting to make his nightly pickup, and there's a police raid. Hey, where's Joe? Where's Joe? Yeah, well, who are you, by the way? You're and what do you want? How about we take you with us? You're here soliciting drugs, right? It is 844-844-3388. 57, copy the mail.
Yes, sir. Eagle made me think of something in the past there. I wasn't going to bring this up. Hey, everything's working out great. I mean, sitting back, watching what our government's supposed to do, check itself. So we can sit back, take a breather, have a little bit of fun, but I would love to hear at least somebody ask this one question. Where did all those bricks come from? All right, brick manufacturers all have a certain style of machine. It's like a letter on the old typing machines, you know? So they know who or what kind of bricks they are, what kind of machines. They need to go check these people out. If any of those bricks had a barcode on them, which they do, because they were saying a truck was coming along and putting them down.
Yep.
And leaving them behind. Did anybody get the name on that truck? I mean, find out who bought and paid for this stuff. They did track down on a video the U-Haul, and it showed up to a anti-Trump rally, and inside the U-Haul was a bunch of hand-painted signs that just popped up everywhere, and they tracked that down to a law firm, Democrat, law firm that supplied all that. And it reminded me a Antifa group. Some white boys was unloading bricks on a corner somewhere, and a black lady come up and confronted them and yelled at them, says, "All you're going to do is get my people in trouble.
Yeah.
Get my people thrown in jail. What are you doing this for?" So, you know what? Those promise keepers or oath keepers, God keeps your hand on them. I don't, if they did actually any crime other than just showing up, but right now there is no justice at the Justice Department. Because just remember, 1 week before the 6th, they were ripping bricks right out of the sidewalk and throwing them at our Secret Service agents, and the Capitol Police were being injured and threatening the White House and the president. So nothing happened about that, did it? So I hope things get worked out. But let's track down the bricks, FBI, and not the parents that don't want their students to be confused when they come by the time they graduate. They're standing there trying to figure out which restroom to use. So now, other than that, your faithful listener did some research. Somebody posted on your fan page of a shadow of one of the rovers, and there was a human form on the other side. That proof we didn't go to Mars. Well, I happened to look up and found a documentary. Now,
did you? Uh-huh.
Cave Women on Mars.
Cave Women on Mars. I think that's the one you were sharing with us last week, wasn't it? The documentary.
Nope. That was Rock Missile to the Moon.
Oh.
There. And they found women there too. So that's evidence, because this was in 1984. They sent 2 astronauts to Mars, and when they landed, they got separated, and sure enough, they ran into a group of cave women, and the guy got beat on the head with a stick, a long pointed stick, knocked out, and the 2 women run because the other group of cave women come in. And when he come to, he got mouthy with them, and she beat him on the stick too, knocked him out. Come to find out, the first group treated what menfolk they had, unlike the ones on Mars, or the moon didn't have any menfolk. But here on Mars, the one group used their men for like slaves to do work, and this group treated them like pets. And but anyhow, the lead, the one, he ended up staying behind because they needed somebody, because both groups of men were genetically weak, and the women folk were the strong ones running around doing the hunting and all like that. That's why they had the pointy stick. And well, he over dominated her, and she fell in love with him because that's the way they are. But so from 1984, if you figure 1984, and he was there to help increase the testosterone of the male breed.
Yeah.
So by the end of 1984, to the time that vote, now listen to me, I got more evidence.
Oh, evidence.
And you're standing there, all right. So now that's an adult standing there. So obviously the female breed has been taken from its primal state of poking everybody with sticks to doing exactly what my hero Tex said. And if a woman can cook and clean, then she's a heck of a woman. So that's a fact. And I want to tell you the truth. We do know that the Rovers didn't expect to be up there very long before they powered out. Heatwave can tell you he has to climb on his house every so often and take a Swiffer duster and knock the dust off of his panels, solar panels, so he has electric. So somebody's been up there cleaning those solar panels on them Rovers to make them last that long. My evidence stands for itself. So other than that, you can't help it after they wear out, But the fact of the matter is, I did my job for my friends at Steve Summers Overnight Drive. So y'all sit back and enjoy the mail. How about it?
Enjoy the mail. So we've got cave women on Mars with Swiffer dusters, no less, keeping those solar panels clean on the rovers. That's awesome. Quite honestly, I have the story over here about the helicopter we have on Mars, the Ingenuity. Remember that? It's still operating. And matter of fact, yesterday said NASA's little Ingenuity helicopter now has 40 flights under its belt. On Mars, the 4-pound Ingenuity lifted off yet again last Thursday, staying aloft for nearly 92 seconds on a sortie that covered 584 feet of horizontal distance. A flight repositioned the Ingenuity, moving it from Airfield Z on the floor of Mars' Jezero crater to Airfield Beta, according to the flight log. The journey took the little chopper over some sand dunes, as imagery captured during the hop shows. Ingenuity landed with NASA's car-sized Perseverance rover back in February of 2021. So 40 flights still operational there. To date, Perseverance has now cached 8 of a planned 10 sample tubes in the depot, which is in a patch of Jezero's floor, taking rock samples or dirt samples, whatever it is, on the surface of Mars. All right, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Hey, would that be the right-wing nut? Hey there.
Yes, right wing nut. Yes. I got a comment on Douglas there in South Carolina. Oh, he's really rubbing his hands together, anxious to see Trump wearing them police handcuffs for doubting the results. Well, I tell you what, if you apply that logic of his, then Hillary Clinton should be behind bars already, because she doubted the will of the people, and she actually convinced one of the collegiate voters, or whatever, electoral college voters. There we go. One of them actually changed their vote for her favor. So by definition, she changed the outcome of the vote. She pressed for it. She got it. And I think she might look good in an orange jumpsuit. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, right. I mean, she looks so good in those pantsuits. You know.
Oh. Steve, I just had lunch a while ago, and that thought of her in a pantsuit. Good Lord. Oh, damn, that's not a good sign. So other than that, I think Chevy Pat needs to go home and take a nap. I think he's been smoking them funny cigarettes. Little bit too much there. Documentaries. Oh, well. Well, you know, I wonder if that helicopter on Mars is a woman. Maybe it can go over there to those rovers, fly over them, and brush that dust off their solar panels. What do you think?
That's probably what they're doing. Yeah, using the rotor blades to kind of dust them off, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like Hillbilly Tex allegedly said, it don't matter what they look like as long as they can cook and clean, and everything's all right after that. I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good night.
All righty, right-wing nut. Yeah, I know, wing nut. Yeah, very interesting. A daring team of scientists has endured the inhospitable conditions of the icy desert of Antarctica to recover 5 new meteorites, including a nearly 17-pounder. Now, that's considered a monster of a space rock. The team of scientists, including Field Museum and University of Chicago researcher Maria Valdez, who estimated that of the 45,000 meteorites recovered to date from the icy wasteland of Antarctica, only 100 or so have been as large as the largest member of this new haul, weighing in at 16.7 pounds. Now, size doesn't necessarily matter when it comes to meteorites. Even the tiny micrometeorites can be incredibly scientifically valuable, but of course, finding a big meteorite like this one is very rare, and really exciting. The team was the first to explore new potential meteor sites that they had been mapping using satellite imagery. Going on an adventure exploring unknown areas is very exciting, but we also had to deal with the fact that the reality on the ground is a lot more difficult than the beauty of the satellite images. They planned their excursion for what is known as summer in Antarctica, which is late December, but temperatures are still only about 14 degrees, which could be a lot worse. Antarctica was actually warmer than Chicago for a time while they were there, but the weather felt more extreme because of the days they had to spend riding snowmobiles and trekking through ice fields and actually spending the night sleeping in tents. With such frigid conditions, even in the midst of summer, Antarctica may seem like an unlikely place for anyone to choose to visit. But for meteorite hunters like this team, this frigid vista offers unique opportunities because Antarctica is one of the best spots on the planet to hunt for meteorites. Antarctica is a desert with a dry climate, which reduces the amount of weathering experienced by meteorites. Also, across the white, snowy landscape, the black hue of these space rocks kind of stands out when they're on the surface. Conditions in Antarctica are even favorable for the discovery of meteorites that may have sunk beneath the snow and ice. This is because the churning motion of the glaciers moving against rock can re-expose meteorites that might be near the surface. Now, there's no denying the largest meteorite recovered by the team is a whopper. But it's far from the largest or most massive example of a space rock to reach the Earth's surface. That record is held by the Hoba meteorite in Namibia. Hoba is 9 feet long, 9 feet wide, 3 feet thick, and weighs about 66 tons. I'm thinking that particular space rock probably made a hell of a boom when it impacted the Earth, whenever that was. All right, but 17 pounds, that's a pretty good-sized rock. Good times. It is 844-844-3388. By the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage, as we know it, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system at the same time. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And how about saving 15% off your order by going to goldeagle.com? That's the website. You'll find Sta-Bil products available there, goldeagle.com. Use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. It's that simple. 15% off your entire order. goldeagle.com. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Police say they believe the suspect accused of killing 7 people at 2 different locations in California acted alone. The related shootings happened Monday in Half Moon Bay, just south of San Francisco. Authorities say the elderly suspect turned himself in and is cooperating. This follows a weekend shooting where a suspect shot and killed 11 people in Monterey Park in Southern California before killing himself the next day. That leaves 18 people dead over 2 days. 2 students are dead, and a well-known community organizer is in serious condition after a shooting Monday afternoon at a nonprofit organization for at-risk youth near downtown Des Moines, Iowa. Police say the students killed were 16 and 18-year-old males. Starts Right Here founder Will Keeps remains hospitalized. 3 suspects are in custody. Former President Donald Trump is lashing out at Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and his wife, Elaine Chao. In a post on True Social, Trump's uses a racist nickname to refer to Chow and questioned whether
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Pappy, who says I can't call in. It's just one of those nights. Don't have the time to hang on. Thought I'd send a quick message, though, for what it's worth. There's something in the air that's causing all these murders. I think it's called demons. I think it goes beyond mental illness, even. The breakdown of the American family, American values, religious values, the value of life. Individuals that can murder and then sleep like a baby after doing so. We have spawned a population of individuals with no religious, moral, ethical values, all by design. Only evil can create a population like that. I say valid point. All right, and before we get back to the calls, a story which I feel kind of profoundly coincides with this program, which, as we know, has been censored by some, right? The United States Supreme Court is asking for more information in the form of briefs from the U.S. Solicitor General before making a final decision on whether to hear arguments in cases involving Texas and Florida laws that address speech moderation on social media platforms. The Solicitor General is invited to file briefs in these cases expressing the views of the United States, says the High Court, in an order that was published this past day, regarding cases involving laws in Florida, Texas, and NetChoice LLC that restrict social media platforms from censoring speech. The laws are currently in limbo after being blocked by the lower courts, with NetChoice and the Computer and Communications Industry Association claiming that the imposed restrictions placed by both Florida and Texas would violate the free speech rights of private companies to determine the kind of speech that they would host on their platforms, according to CNBC. We're excited that the Supreme Court is seriously considering taking up our cases, and we're asking the Solicitor General for its take on the cases, is the word from NetChoice Counsel. We expect the Solicitor General will recognize the First Amendment rights of websites and call on the Supreme Court to take up the cases and find for NetChoice and CCIA. Now, the Supreme Court blocked the Texas law from taking effect in May of last year without hearing arguments on the merits of the case, and will now decide if they will take arguments in the lawsuits which could change the way social media companies operate. Yeah, the Texas law reclassifies the platforms as common carriers, very similar to, say, phone companies, where posts could not be removed because the company disagrees with the viewpoint that's being expressed. Texas law, HB 20, would compel platforms to disseminate all sorts of questionable viewpoints, like Russian propaganda, claiming the invasion of Ukraine was justified, ISIS propaganda, claiming that extremism is warranted, neo-Nazi screeds denying or supporting the Holocaust. Now, that's what the social media platforms are trying to argue. The Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, responded by countering that the new law does not allow entire illegal categories of content, like pornography, to be removed without violating the law. So, for example, the platforms can decide to eliminate pornography without violating the law. The platforms could also ban foreign government speech without violating the law. So they are not required to host the likes of Russia's propaganda about Ukraine. Be very keen to see where these go, because it's a whole new world we live in, where these social media platforms, they're pretty much right now at free will to determine what content they want to allow, what they agree with, what they determine would be misinformation or disinformation, and remove, as we know, said comment or content. In all honesty, I think, thinking back to the last YouTube, going to the YouTube ban ultimately, personally, I think the only thing we had talked about then, there was no discussion. There was no more discussion about vaccine hesitancy or the pros and cons of vaccines. That was all ancient history. Now, the only thing that I could, in my mind, figure out that may have been deemed offensive to some or someone was we had a lot of discussion about our southern border and the mere fact that many of us, including myself, refused to use the narrative that all these that are coming across the border are undocumented. You know, you're not allowed to say illegal aliens because to call them illegal might be offensive. Does that make sense? So the social media platforms, determining that what millions and millions of Americans recognize as illegal immigrants, but in the name of being politically correct, you're not allowed to say that. So you can be banned for even saying illegal aliens. Yeah, you got to draw the line somewhere. That's not hate speech. That's not. I mean, the reality is people that are the laws in the federal government laws. They may have changed the wording. Well, we can no longer call them illegal immigrants. We have to call them undocumented workers or undocumented individuals. We all know they're still illegal aliens, and they are breaking the law by coming into this country without going through the proper procedures, correct? Censorship alive and well in America today. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster, what kind of baloney you got this morning?
Oh, morning, Mr. C.U. Summers. I resent that allegation. I resent the alligator, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, if you didn't think solving how to stop cows from burping is $1 million idea, well, Bill Gates does. He's invested several $1 million into how to get a cow to stop burping. Well, I got an idea. Steve, why don't we come up with a way for stupidity to stop rearing its ugly head? That'd be a good investment too, there.
Right.
You know what, you know who Jimmy Johnson is, right?
Of course.
Yeah, you know what he tweeted after Dallas lost last night?
What's that?
Dumb. One word. And they opened up AT&T Stadium down there in Arlington for all them Cowboys fans to have a party out there, hoping that Dallas would win. Well, they had a brawl after they watched the team lose to the 49ers in the playoff game, see? Why is beer always involved when there's a fight at a football game?
True fact. Have you seen the videos of people that are, I've seen a handful of them, Cowboys fans, being recorded in like their living room, literally punching their television, destroying their television. One guy carried looked like a 52-inch television out in the driveway, threw it in the driveway, and backed over it with his pickup truck. Why would you destroy your own property when your football team loses a game? They're nuts.
Yeah, that's crazy. It don't make any sense to me. After the game, them football players, they all greet each other on the field there. Joe, Patrick, Jalen, and Brock told Josh, Trevor, Daniel, and Dak, good game, man. And they're all thinking, good game, my ass, we lost.
All right.
Well, let's talk about the Declaration of Independence for a second. The document's original text reads, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And Vice President Harris, she didn't quote it right. She left some of it out. If you're going to quote an original document, at least quote it all. Don't be like the cafeteria Christians and only quote the parts you believe in the Bible there, right?
Yes, sir.
And freedom is not free. Someone pays the ultimate price for you, especially Jesus Christ. He'll give you a greater freedom than you've ever experienced here on this earth. And, God created all men free and equal. Buzz Aldrin, if you get married, it's your own damn fault, buddy. Nobody else is there. Why in the hell, if you're 90-something years old, you going to get married now, Steve?
I don't have an answer to that question. I guess whatever makes you happy. I mean, how did he put it? They're happy as they're happy as eloping teenagers.
Yeah, we'll be reading about the divorce here before long. There. So, anyway, I seen an article, but I didn't get to read it. There, Marine Corps combat veteran, he paired barbecue and craft beer at Time Travelers Brewing in Oregon. There, so I don't know what that was all about. Other than to say that he was a Marine Corps vet there. And Memphis has got their own problems going on too. There, they've released that body cam video of stop they made. They killed that boy. Well, I guess I can't say killed. Tyree Nichols there. He his attorney said the video was appalling there, right? So I guess they'll be burning Memphis down here for long.
Brain Dead sent me a link to that story here a little bit earlier. I hadn't got to see that yet, so I'm not real familiar. But killing of a young man or what?
Yeah, he was a teenager or something like that. I think I don't know the whole story myself. So there. Well, anyway, let's shift gears right quick before we get up to the top of the hour there. Pam Anderson is making claims against Tim Allen from back in the 90s, Steve. I mean, that's a he said, she said. Don't ever get yourself in a position where a woman can make a sexual claim against you by being in private with her unless you're married to her. That would go the same for men nowadays, too. Ain't that right, Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. LGBTQUSL. I don't care which letter you are. The Bible says to be absent from the body is to be in the presence of Almighty God, giving an account for your life. You're the one that's got to answer for it, not me. So I don't care. You can be which one of them letters you want there, right? I'll answer for my own disobedience and disbelief for what God said. Now, back in the 90s, Steve, I picked up a load in Memphis, Tennessee. I was told to go see Willie on the dock. The first employee I came to, I asked him, was he Willie? He looked at me and said, do I look like a damn Willie to you? I told him, hell, nowadays you can't tell who's a Willie and who ain't. And it's gotten worse ever since then. Ain't that right, Bruce? Well, anyway, Lisa Marie's daughter, son-in-law, it'd be Lisa Marie's son-in-law, said at the funeral that Lisa Marie had a granddaughter. So that's a good thing there, I'm glad she was born a year before she died, so she at least got to hold that baby.
Yeah.
I think grandbabies are the best thing in the world, right?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. They're better than children. I love my daughters, but I love my grandbabies too. And they know that I love them. Ever since one of my daughters got pregnant, I would bend over and I'd whisper to their belly there, Papa loves you. And I'm going to tell you what, I got every one of my grandbabies loving me. And except for the last one. I ain't figured that one out, Steve. Tennessee started doing that too on the last one. And he loves her more than he loves me. Well, anyway, that's all of my old bull on it for this morning. Let's wind this thing on down the road and get on to the house there, but.
Well, thanks for checking in, Knuckle Buster. Be safe out there. Have a great day, and we'll return in 2.
It's coming.
Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, on a serious note, real quick before we get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. We know there is a crisis, the drugs that continue to pour into this country. Yeah, the ingredients for fentanyl coming out of China, shipping it to Mexico. And the base materials coming out of China. They're sending it over there, and of course, whether it's in the form of a powder or a pill or whatever that they're putting together, the fentanyl that's killing young people. But the numbers they're releasing that the innocent young in this country, we're talking children under the age of 14, dying with fentanyl overdoses, is jumping dramatically over the past few years, actually at a faster rate among that group than any other age demographic. Families Against Fentanyl. The report says the group found between 2019 and 2021 fentanyl deaths among children nearly quadrupled among those ages 5 to 14, tripled among those ages 1 to 4, and doubled among infants. In many of these instances, the drugs being ingested by obviously children who are have no idea, unaware of what they're ingesting. The report notes fentanyl deaths increased sevenfold, regardless of age, from 2015 to 2021. Nearly 10 times among infants, 15 times among children ages 1 to 14, and more than 8 times Americans 35 to 44, more than 9 times among Americans 55 to 74. Fentanyl is so prevalent in society now, distribution goes to dispersion by entropy. That's the law of physics. And it is showing out because of the mass quantities of this material. It is so prevalent that our innocent children, by incidental contact, are dying. And it's now creeping into the schools and other enclosed environments. According to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, Dr. Wilson Compton issued a statement that said, even with those fentanyl test strips that may tell you that there's fentanyl in a product, but it won't necessarily tell you how much. So it's people playing Russian roulette with their lives when they're taking these illegal products. And many of these fentanyl deaths, more and more so, are people purchasing otherwise what they would think, what they believe are prescription medications that, 10, 15 years ago, it might have been an oxycodone, it might have been a Vicodin, whatever the drug of choice might have been from someone on the street. Nowadays, they're manufacturing these drugs, these pills, out of fentanyl to look like what used to be a Vicodin or a Valium or oxycodone. And all it takes is one pill. And boom, overdose. All right, another price you pay for the open borders. Yes, Eagle, what else you got for us this morning?
Yeah, I wanted to cover something else that I didn't get to about Joe Biden, Steve. Okay. Yeah, like we've been talking the last couple of weeks, more and more evidence is being found out about Joe Biden and these classified papers that this guy has. But unfortunately, Steve, just like with his son, Hunter Biden, and all the evidence that they had against him working with Ukraine, accepting money for work that he never did, and all these other things with Hunter Biden and the Biden. I hate to say this, Steve. I don't think nothing is going to come of this because I think they're gonna cover it up, and nothing is gonna be done about Joe Biden. He's not worried about it. You can tell by the way the man is acting that he's not concerned about it. I think that nothing is going to come out of this. If he might lose, it might hurt him in the election in 2024 if he decides to run for president.
Yep.
And like I've been telling you for the last 2 years since you've been at White House, Steve, anybody who votes for Joe Biden or anybody like Joe Biden in 2024 ought to be ashamed of themselves. All you got to do is look at all the sky-high prices around America with the fuel, the food, the rent, you name it. Everything has been raised since this man been in the White House. But something, Steve, I lost all faith in American people, in these last elections that we had, with the Senate and the Congress and the different mayoral roles, governor roles around America. I really thought that the American people was gonna make the right decision, and they turned me down. That blew my mind on that situation. So, Steve, it wouldn't shock me in 2024 if these same people go out and vote for Joe Biden. And like I said, they ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
Personally,
I think this is all really the tactic to get Joe not to run, but
it's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Arizona's new Democratic Attorney General dismissed a lawsuit seeking to block student debt relief. It was filed by the former GOP Attorney General in September. The lawsuit is separate from the two cases blocking the relief that are going to the Supreme Court. California lawmakers are pushing legislation that would impose a new tax on the state's wealthiest residents, even if they have already moved to another part of the country. Assemblyman Alex Lee, a progressive Democrat, last week introduced a bill in the California state legislature that would impose an extra annual 1.5% tax on those with a worldwide net worth above $1 billion, starting as early as January 2024. As early as 2026, the threshold for being taxed would drop. Those with a worldwide net worth exceeding $50 million would be hit with a 1% annual tax on wealth, while billionaires would still be taxed 1.5%. Yesterday, the Supreme Court announced it would delay hearing 3 cases on new Texas and Florida laws that would allow social media users to sue platforms like Twitter or Facebook over claims of political censorship. Jared Rizzi has more.
When Justice Alito helped temporarily block the Texas law last May, he still said it raised issues of great importance and signaled that he had not yet made up his mind. There was no announcement yesterday whether the justices would hear these cases. Instead, they've asked the Biden Department of Justice to weigh in. Tech industry lawyers have argued that social media is run by private companies that can moderate content as they wish. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
As has frequently been the case throughout his unparalleled career, James Cameron made film history again this weekend. His long-awaited sequel, Avatar: The Way of Water, has now made over $2 billion in worldwide grosses, as reported by Deadline. A grand total is after the film box office take from this weekend, the 6th consecutive weekend the film has occupied the #1 spot. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Major League Baseball will announce its 2023 Hall of Fame class on Tuesday. Scott Rowland, Todd Helton, and Billy Wagner had the best chance to get into Cooperstown after receiving at least 50% of the vote last year. A player needs at least 75% to get elected to the Hall of Fame. Players who receive less than 5% of the vote or exceed 10 years on the ballot will be removed from next year's class. Branson Arroyo, Carlos Beltran, and Jacoby Ellsbury among the 14 players making their debut on the ballot. The Baseball Writers of America will reveal their results at 6 p.m. Eastern on MLB Network. The Marino family won't be selling the Los Angeles Angels after all. Team owner Artie Moreno announced Monday that the family is ending the exploratory process to sell the team and will maintain control of the franchise for the foreseeable future. This comes after Marino announced he was exploring a possible sale of the ball club in August of last year. The Angels have struggled in recent years, missing the postseason for the past 8 seasons. Marino originally took over the team in 2003, a year after the Angels won their only World Series title. The Washington Wizards are expected to be without Kristaps Porzingis for at least a couple of weeks. ESPN is reporting the center suffered a sprained left ankle in Saturday's win over the Orlando Magic, and the team has officially listed him as week-to-week with an injury. Porzingis has had an impressive year for Washington, averaging 22.1 points and 8.8 rebounds per game. The 27-year-old is the Wizards' second leading scorer and top rebounder this season. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fullerton fans are readying their rigs for a midwinter trek to the Sunshine State. But to make it safe and fair for all those horses, it takes zebras. So first, tech school was in session this weekend, and with a first-time professor at that. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It's almost here. The Ocala Tractor Pull for the second year and NTPA sanctioned event presented by the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association will invade the Southeast Livestock Pavilion this Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th. The Non-Points Invitational is the association's first chance in the 2023 calendar year to throw smoke and rattle rafters with 3 national rules classes, super farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, and 5 Mid-Florida classes. Gates open at 3 p.m. and the action starts at 6 p.m. Listen for a full rundown of class winners and top performers in next week's report, and complete results will be posted to ntpapull.com. Check out midfltractorpullers.com for event details. For those bound to northern climes, you have something to look forward to as winter draws its last breath in March. The Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Ship Show on a Spring Nationals hits the Michiana Event Center on March 17th and 18th for 5 divisions each night. You can get your tickets today at a discounted rate at shopntpa.com. And alongside those Ocala results, we'll have a major announcement next week concerning another famed indoor venue that will soon feature NTPA championship pulling. We can't wait to share the details. But first, we note that large portions of the association's off-season are spent preparing our satellite staff, tech officials, and entry clerks to be successful at their important work all season long. And just so you know, there's a lot more to officiating than waving flags. Insurance requires, and common sense demands, that every vehicle undergo and pass a thorough technical inspection of safety features at each event before it is allowed anywhere near an NTPA competition track. What kinds of devices are we talking about? Everything from a shutoff switch, informally called a kill switch, to engine and driveline shielding and tethering, to structures such as roll cages and wheelie bars. Specifications on all of these measures exist for every division of NTPA competition to ensure the safety of every spectator and puller. And the men and women who wear the NTPA shield on their backs have got to know them all, along with an ever-lengthening list of constraints on performance parts like turbochargers and tires. Where do you go to learn about all this complexity? To NTPA Tech School, of course, the first of which for this year was conducted on Saturday, January 21st at the Shop and Meeting Hall of NTPA competitors Kevin Criswell and Brad Benedict near Marion, Ohio. The school was led by newly appointed Director of Technical Services Marvin Epperson of Camden, Ohio, with a seminar on fuel and water sampling and testing conducted by Region 2 Director Tom Jackson of Lodi, Ohio. Over 20 officials from all across the Buckeye State studied vehicles provided by Benedict and by Corey Hoffman of nearby Richwood, and then took a 50-question exam authored by the SFI Foundation, an independent certification organization that promotes motorsport safety. All agreed it was a highly productive day and demonstrated once more that tractor pulling people genuinely enjoy each other's company and work tirelessly for the betterment of our great motorsport. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, what do you say? Get that final hour off and rolling. Here we go. One more time around, as they say, on a Tuesday morning. And back to the phones. Big Sexy on board. Are you getting ready for the big snow or just the big rain?
Well, looking at what they're forecasting, we're on the rain side of it. I mean, it's just going to be just west of us, maybe a county or so west and northwest of us supposed to get snow, and we're supposed to get rain. So,
I mean,
you know how these things can change. They can move a little bit either way.
That's the thing, yeah. You know, I mean, right now it's probably going to change anyway, but I mean, they're talking northwest Arkansas. They're talking like, I guess they're going to get buried.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. I mean, I've seen 8 to 10 inches in places they're forecasting over in up around Fayetteville and all that in the northwest corner.
Yeah.
Harrison, that area, where we're showed to be in the rain. We're not even showed to be in the mix, you know, or the little bit of area mixed between the rain and the snow. We're not showed to be in that. We're showed to be in just rain, which I'll take that if that's what we get. I'd rather have rain than that freezing stuff. If we get the freezing, I'd rather have snow than a mixture.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I hadn't talked to you in a while. I thought I'd check in. It's cold enough down here. It's 32 degrees right now.
Yeah, first night out, right? First night on the road?
First night this week, yes. Yes. Tuesday through Saturday mornings. You know, I'm still trying to get you to work a Saturday morning so we'll have something to listen to.
I don't know. The more
ain't worked yet. So
hell, the more I deal with those Sunday night, Monday mornings, I think I'd probably be better off working Friday nights and taking Sunday nights off.
Yeah, you might have more callers.
That's true.
Well, you can always try it one week, see how it works out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thought I'd check in with you, see how things were going. Everything going good with you?
Yeah, it looks like they had been saying 2 to 4 inches of, like the heavy wet snow for our Cincinnati area, and then a change over to rain sometime like Wednesday morning. They just changed our forecast. They're now saying heavy wet snow 4 to 6 inches. Yeah, right. So the forecasts change.
Did you watch that Cincinnati Buffalo game?
Yes, I got got a couple hours sleep early, and I got up about 4, so I missed most of the first half, but I got up and watched the second half. How about that?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good during that game, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, you know what? It snowed just like that here. That's the same snow that came through our area in the morning. See, for that, Sunday morning, they were calling for maybe 1 or 2 inches of snow. Well, by the time we had 2.5 inches on the ground, they put us under a winter weather advisory, and it kept snowing. We ended up with damn near 6 inches of snow, and they put it under a winter storm warning by the time it was all said and done.
Yeah, I didn't watch all that game live. I watched part of it, and then I had it DVRing it, so I watched the rest of it later. But that one in the San Francisco and Dallas.
Yeah, I did not stay up for that game. I don't know, but I guess the Cowboys fans, what did their quarterback really, screwed the pooch or something?
Yeah, I'd say so. That's what I'd say.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, that quarterback for San Francisco, he wasn't even supposed to be the quarterback the first of the year, and he may give them a little bit of a problem trying to decide next year who's going to be their quarterback.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I just thought I'd check in with you to start off the week.
There you go. Well, Safe travels. Hopefully your forecasts don't change and you don't get buried in the snow. Just a plain old rain.
Well, if it does, I'll let you know.
All right. We'll expect a full report. All right, thank you. Have a good morning. Yeah, when they say stuff you can't make up. Because we're going green, we're going electric. Right? Electric cars. Hell, in some states, California's, they're banning electric, like weed eaters and leaf blowers, everything. I mean, yeah, they're going to just electric. I've reversed that. They're eliminating the gas-powered weed eaters and the gas-powered leaf blowers and things like. Everything's going electric, right? Well, in the name of saving the climate, Microsoft announced in a news post they will force gamers into powering down their Xbox consoles to fight climate change. Part of the company's campaign for building a more sustainable future of gaming. Their intention is to become a zero-waste company by automatically switching gamers into shutdown mode to conserve energy. They also claim that if 2 gamers use their proposed power-saving method for a year, that would be equivalent to planting 1 tree. The environmental impact goal consists of being a carbon-negative, water-positive, zero-waste company by the year 2030. How are they going to do this? Microsoft is rolling out an update to the Xbox consoles that started yesterday that will automatically switch them to a power-saving shutdown mode instead of the usually what they call energy-hungry sleep mode. For most consoles, a sleep mode means the machine puts out minimal energy but is still able to download, charge peripherals, and keep the user's games open to where they left off last. The gaming console will also schedule update and maintenance at specific times that the company claims may help reduce carbon emissions. Your console will wake up at a time when it can use the most renewable energy in your local power grid, they say. Soon, all gamers will be able to update their system so that the Xbox console is carbon aware. Microsoft claims the energy-saving shutdown mode will use up to 20 times less power than the sleep mode. However, it will eliminate the ability to remotely turn on the system, and overall, it's going to take longer to turn on. It will allegedly save the same amount of carbon as 1 tree, but only if 2 users shut down their Xbox for at least 20 hours per day for an entire year. I don't know about you, but as far as gamers are concerned, 20 hours a day, every small step we take has a collective impact, and choosing shutdown can have real meaningful impact. There you go. Every two that switch to shutdown for a year, that's like planting a tree to save the world. Now, if you want the console to boot up with a usual response time, you'll have to set the active hours in the settings. Otherwise, it'll automatically enter that eco-centric power savings mode. I can see a lot of PO'd gamers out there. They're not going to like that. So I guess next time you update your Xbox system, it's automatically going to install that software in your system. And a lot of gamers are going to be, what's wrong with my system? Why does it keep going into shutdown mode rather than sleep mode? Meanwhile, back to the phones. Who we got on board?
Good morning, Steve. This is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Sorry for the 1-month hiatus from the show, but I plan to trip with GMA and V Enterprises travel services. I'm telling you what, that was a storm's over with. At approximately 9:30 in the evening, the Friday before Christmas, he decided he was going out to the lumber yard, take one of the trucks, and do donuts around the lumber yard. Well, if that wasn't bad enough, he hit the corner of the building, run out the street, hit 3 cars. Well, wouldn't you know it, he got arrested for driving unintoxicated, drunk and disorderly conduct, and creating a public nuisance. In fact, they should have arrested him back for years. He's been creating a public nuisance ever since when he was in 2nd grade. Pushed the house over with poor Mrs. Winograd. Well, anyway, for our sponsor, unfortunately, I think Gilligan sent you a picture of their latest product.
Yeah, that's a real
For
beauty.
those of, well, yeah, they decided they needed to help these people with these SUVs that wanted to pull 5th wheel hammers. Yes, that's right. It's a wooden trailer with a 5th wheel mounted to it. So there's your solution. For $1,995, you can pull your 5th wheel camper behind your Suburban or whatever other SUV. And just remember, all of their products at GMA&B Enterprises are visually inspected by the blind man. Remember their motto, brought to you by the founder's great-great-father, the West Virginia werewolf. Will cheat you, I mean treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And good morning to Philip. Sent me the link to a story which kind of makes you say, are we having second thoughts? I shared a story a couple of weeks ago where Toyota's top dog kind of announced, we're getting the cart ahead of the horse with this push to all electric vehicles. It's going to take some time. GM and most of the major manufacturers all announced that they're going to ultimately go all electric vehicles, right? But almost sounds like GM's announcement on Friday said maybe they're putting the brakes on that a little bit, slowing things down. GM announced Friday they're going to be spending $854 million to make their 6th generation small block V8 and $64 million to help their electric vehicle efforts. So you've got $854 million for the internal combustion, $64 million. That's news that sounds like it belongs in a different year, but it is not. The news also confirms that a sixth-generation small block V8 is happening, which GM says they intend to use to strengthen their industry-leading full-size truck and SUV business. Right now, they've got the fifth-generation V8 that's used in a variety of cars, trucks, and SUVs in a variety of configurations, from their base model C8 Corvettes to some versions of the Sierra. News that there will be a sixth gen comes as a small surprise, as GM expects to still be selling a lot of gas trucks and SUVs for years to come. Most likely in part because the towing range for electric vehicles sucks. Just pure fact, pure and simple. At any rate, GM kind of detailed the news, saying, I'm sure GM will find a way to make the sixth generation V8 slightly more efficient than Generation 5. The small block V8 is used in so many different vehicles, it's hard to think as any one thing. But this really says GM knows the electric future is a long-term deal. We will be needing a lot more V8s in the near term. Happy for the workers who've probably been spending a lot of time wondering about job security. The union said, we celebrate the announcement of these new investments in our GM facilities, which will benefit our members. Local 659, Flint, Michigan, 362, Bay City, Michigan, 211 in Defiance, Ohio, 1097 in Rochester, New York. Yeah, so says UAW President Ray Curry. The skill and dedication of our UAW members are a key part of our success at General Motors. This investment recognizes our members will remain a vital part of General Motors' future. So yeah, $854 million for the internal combustion, $64 million to help their electric vehicle efforts. Is that saying anything? News break time on the Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Police say they believe the suspect accused of killing 7 people at 2 different locations in California acted alone. The related shootings happened Monday in Half Moon Bay, just south of San Francisco. Authorities say the elderly suspect turned himself in and is cooperating. This follows a weekend shooting where a suspect shot and killed 11 people in Monterey Park in Southern California before killing himself the next day. That leaves 18 people dead over 2 days. 2 students are dead, and a well-known community organizer is in serious condition after a shooting Monday afternoon at a nonprofit organization for at-risk youth near downtown Des Moines, Iowa. Police say the students killed were 16 and 18-year-old males. Starts Right Here founder Will Keeps remains hospitalized. 3 suspects are in custody. Former President Donald Trump is lashing out at Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and his wife, Elaine Chao. In a post on Truth Social, Trump uses a racist nickname to refer to Chao and questioned whether...
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, yes indeed. Couple of industry headlines here. What do we have this Tuesday morning? Authorities in Washington state investigating a fire that badly damaged a number of semi-trucks over the weekend Sunday. Shortly after the midnight hour, early Sunday morning, in a fenced-in parking lot in Parkland, Washington. By the time fire and rescue arrived, several semis were on fire. Yet 9 semi-trucks ultimately destroyed. Pierce County Sheriff's Office tells local news the fire is deemed suspicious. Arson is being investigated as a cause there. Last time we saw a scenario like that, it was one of those disgruntled employee scenarios. We'll see how this one unfolds. On to Wyoming, where the Highway Patrol reports a truck driver and a passenger lost their lives Sunday morning following a crash that left the cab of their truck filled with snow. A little after 2 in the morning Sunday near Lyman, Wyoming, authorities say the driver, 39-year-old Keith Kaler II, and passenger, 40-year-old Tyler Judd, were headed eastbound on I-80 about the 33-mile marker when the truck drifted off the roadway to the left, went into the median. Kaler veered back right onto I-80, then lost control. The truck rolled over onto the driver's side in the ditch at the interchange. The semi's windshield was detached by the force of the crash as the truck slid down an embankment. The cab of the truck became filled with snow. Troopers say the snow solidified. The two were trapped in the sleeper area until unable to dig their way out. Both apparently died at the scene, I'm guessing hypothermia, because the truck went down the embankment. It took hours for transportation crews to notice the crashed vehicle. Driver inattention and fatigue may have been factors in the crash, according to the Casper Star Tribune. Yeah, horrible, horrible way to go. Wow. Lastly, Kansas. 3 people hurt after a runaway truck tires bounced across the interstate last Friday morning. Now, right on the heels, we had the incident where a truck driver was killed by a set of duals that had come off another passing truck, headed the other direction, went right through the driver's windshield, killing that truck driver instantly. Kind of a similar scenario about 6:30 in the morning Friday on northbound I-35 in the Kansas City, Kansas area. Police called to the scene for reports of a 6-vehicle incident, and when officers arrived, they found a 2015 Kenworth that had been traveling north on 35 when it lost 2 tires. The wayward tires hit 5 other vehicles on the interstate before eventually crashing into a building. 3 drivers in 3 of the truck vehicles were sent to nearby hospitals. Minor injuries, thank goodness. Not clear at this point if Chandler will be cited for the incident, but just too many incidents of the tires coming off the truck, right? Let's head over to Daryl this morning. How we doing?
I'm fine, Steve. I was interested in what Pappy said about demons, and I thought I would read you a little scripture this morning. It said, when human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. And some of my seminary professors said that that's where demons come from. And they were neither fit for heaven nor hell. And that came to mind when Pappy was talking about, he believed many of the murders was just demonic. And demons still evidently travel the world among us. And they are hard to deal with because they have no conscience. They have no morality. They're just evil.
Yeah, we know. I mean, no doubt about it. We know evil exists. I mean, there is good and evil. And I mean, humans were given a choice to choose good or evil.
That's from the 6th chapter of Genesis, verses 1 through 6, if anybody wants to read it for themselves sometime. But Pappy just stirred my memory. And I have a habit of following Big Sexy on the tube here. And I used to read the Jonesboro Sun when I went to Paragould, and I always enjoyed the Jonesboro Sun. That's what he evidently distributes there in northeast Arkansas. I used to drive a auto parts truck out of Paragould, traveled about 1,500 miles a week, and I ran into that ice and snow and high water in northeast Arkansas all the time.
Mm-hmm.
How's your family doing?
Everybody doing well at the moment. Yeah, getting ready for our next big snow tonight. You ready for that? I think, Daryl, you're in the zone where they're saying 4 to 6 inches tonight.
No, I live on a hill.
And let me see here. I don't believe we lost Daryl. I believe we lost connection on our phone line. So let's try again. Yes, connect to show. Daryl was speaking about evil. Did you hear about Nancy Pelosi? The power of Nancy compels you. Apparently, Nancy summoned priests to rid her San Francisco home of evil spirits. Something to do with, remember the attack on her husband with a hammer here a few months ago? According to Nancy's daughter, she said it really weighed heavy on her soul. It really broke her. Over Thanksgiving, she had priests coming out to have an exorcism of the house and prayer services. Okay. Now, the pastor of St. Vincent de Paul Church, which is Nancy's parish, insisted his staff was not involved in such a rite. As far as I know, no exorcism was performed at the home. But Pelosi may have gone outside her local church hierarchy for holy help. All right, Daryl, you back with us there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you back. Yeah, our phone system cut out momentarily there. Yeah,
I never know.
We were talking about. Are you ready for the snow? And you were saying you live on a hill. So
I live on a hill, and when I back out, I have to look both ways up and down the street, and then let her rip because I can't stop on that snow and ice when I back out.
No doubt. Yeah. Well, I better go stock up on bread and milk, Daryl. That's the only way we can survive.
Well, I stopped at Kroger's yesterday to get a loaf of bread and gave it up because the place was absolutely swamped.
Doesn't surprise me. People in this town go crazy. I mean, it's supposed to be that heavy, wet snow. Shouldn't be a whole lot worse than what we had on Sunday morning there. Yeah, roads will get kind of dicey for a bit, but the temperatures are going to warm up. And it's supposed to change over eventually to rain by like Wednesday afternoon. So the crews will be able to get a handle on things pretty quick. It's not like we're going to be stuck in the house for 2 days. I guess maybe the grandkids, they'll probably get a school day there tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning, because the heavy stuff's supposed to be coming down right there during the morning rush. But I think they'll be right back to school Thursday morning. Would that be the blind man? Good morning.
Hey, blind man here. Amy's doing a lot better. She's lost 22 pounds so far, and they're making her go to the gym and stuff. So I'm glad she's on the mends. I can't get you on my electronic girlfriend. She absolutely will not play the show live, and she'll go straight to your music pods. Anyway, what I wanted to call about was I was listening to Michael Berry yesterday evening, and he read an article about Harley Davidson is going to go electric now, electric motorcycles, and he says, well, the electric vehicle is here to stay. We can say goodbye to the internal combustion engine. They're bent on getting rid of it, and it looks like they're winning now. So I'm kind of depressed about that. And I guess I hope a lot of people out there just fight back and say, no, hell no, we're not going to buy an electric car.
Right.
They're more trouble than it's worth.
Somewhere, blind man, there's going to be this, there's going to be a reality check, a rude awakening for all these governors and the likes of Biden and these climate activists that are pushing this all-electric vehicle agenda, because the power grid is not being upgraded. We don't have... we nary have enough power generation to keep homes warm on a cold winter or cool on a hot summer. And they're going to have to go a long ways to get the energy grid. And I know they talk about, we're going to build more windmills and we're going to put up more solar panels. Yeah, good for them, but they're nowhere going to be near enough to generate the power needed for all these electric vehicles.
Did I tell you the story about two neighbors got into it? One neighbor wants to put up a windmill in her backyard, and the neighbor next door says, oh, no, you don't, because you're going to kill my birds. I like to feed them in the wintertime, stuff like that. So they've been going back and forth. I guess the woman who was going to put up the windmill caved because the other neighbor was going to complain to the county. But that was kind of fun to watch, so to speak, entertainment, as you know.
Right. Well, we know those big windmills out there and around the country. Yeah, there's a lot of eagles, a lot of big birds killed by those windmills.
Yeah. Also, getting back to the electric car, they don't work in the cold weather, as I guess people are going to find out the hard way. And what do you do with the battery when it's no longer rechargeable? I mean, you can't put them in a landfill from what I'm hearing. So, what are they doing with them?
Yeah, at this point they are not recyclable, and yeah, they're going to have to designate, I guess, special landfills, because they're going to have to go in the ground somewhere. And maybe we'll dig some big tunnels or caves, like we have to do for the spent nuclear rods, right? Can't put them in the landfill. All right, great to hear from you, Blind Man. Thanks for checking in. Slingshot's got an update on I-40 road conditions coming up in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road.
Thank you
ought to
very
be
much.
at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me jump over to Slingshot. What's going on this morning?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Oh, can't complain. Waiting for the snow.
Nice. Cool. Hey, an hour east of Albuquerque, 40 is 100% snow covered, and 285 north up to Santa Fe is, I'm making the only track. So it's interesting.
Oh boy. Okay. Things. Roads are open. Still passable, but really probably going slow, right?
Yeah. Everything's slowed down. 35, 40 mile an hour. And a lot of people are out there with their four ways on, which I think should be outlawed. But hey, if you can't handle it without your four ways, get off the road. But that's my opinion.
Okay.
But yeah, everything's passable.
Well, we were talking to Heatwave earlier. It looks like there were not too far east of Albuquerque. They're talking up to 8 inches, I think, was the forecast there.
Yeah, I believe Santa Fe. Well, when I left Tucumcari, they were saying between 1 and 4 and 4 to 7.
Okay.
So take your pick.
There you go. Hey, between 1 and 10, somewhere in there.
Yes, that'll work. That'll work. And sometime between, dark and sunny.
All right. Thank you so much, Slingshot. Be careful out there. I appreciate the update. Let me see if the audio will come through on this.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so,
because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our.
I remember that.
Thank you very much.
I remember that. That was it that far? Was it that long ago? 2007? Are you serious? I remember sharing that. That was, I think, that was the Miss USA pageant where Miss South Carolina, maybe Miss Teen USA, and Miss South Carolina, Miss Teen South Carolina was trying to answer a question, and everybody said, "What in the hell did she just say?" Because you couldn't really decipher anything out of that answer. Pappy posted that yesterday, and he said, she, good chance she might be actually up in Washington, D.C., being one of the decision makers at this point in time. Could very well be. They say, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me a second time, Mr. Steve Summers. I got a DA truck driver nominee. You talking about that dump truck driver earlier there. This guy passed me last night, and the back doors of his trailer were just swinging open going down the road, dropping freight out. I never did catch him there. So I hollered at him on the radio, but I don't know what he was dropping on the ground, but I wasn't stopping to get out there and get run over it.
Yeah.
You actually say Nancy called for an exorcism?
That's what the report says. Yeah, get those evil spirits in her home. Now, if she was home when they were doing the I'm thinking she might have just keeled over.
Well, I know that's right. They were probably exercising them Home Depot spirits out there, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what the deal was on all that. I'll just. But anyway, Aaron Rodgers, he got a problem with his girlfriends there, man. There's another one done left him. He ain't doing too good on making that liver quiver on them girls there, right? He done lost another girlfriend there. And TB12, he went into a rant today. They asked him about his future again, and he just went totally ballistic on that guy using that F-bomb there. Told him, how the hell am I supposed to know what the F I'm going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Hell, anyway, you got to stay on Monday mornings there. Don't be working no Friday night, Saturday morning there. It's hard enough on Monday morning staying awake there, and we need you out there. Unless you just want to work 6 days a week, I wouldn't recommend that either.
Yeah, now, see, that's what Big Sexy wants. He wants me to work 6 nights a week, yeah.
Yeah, no. We're gonna work 5 nights a week and call it good there, right?
I'm with you.
Yep. Well, anyway, I was out in Marshall, Texas one time. I bought one of them Dallas morning newspapers, and this guy standing in line there, he said, you actually read that rag? I said, no, I just buying it to clean my windshields, and that's all I buy them for. So y'all have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and you got a great show today. God bless and take care, buddy.
All right, right back at you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being a part of the show. He mentioned, freight coming out of the back of the truck, but I wasn't going to stop and get hit. Yeah, truer words have never been spoken. Which brings me, I had one final industry headline, which says police have no leads at this point after a truck driver that was tending to his broken down semi in Chicago Sunday night was struck and killed. A little after 9:30 in the evening in Chicago, according to ABC7, the trucker was parked in the eastbound lanes of the roadway, flashers on, triangles were placed. Truck driver was struck by an unidentified vehicle, which, of course, did not stop, fled the scene. Trucker was transported to Lutheran General Hospital in critical condition. All right, so maybe he wasn't killed, but in critical updates on the condition have not been released, it says here. Okay, so I apologize. Not killed, but police say the investigation is ongoing. No one in custody, but yeah, drivers out there just not paying attention to what's going on. All right, final note here. Good morning from our friends at TNCRadio.live, which, of course, they say looks like today, Tuesday. It's going to be a pretty rough weather-wise day along I-20, 35, 45, and especially along I-10 along the Gulf Coast, including the TNCRadio.live studios, which, of course, right there in Houston, Texas. They're going to be on the severe weather side of this storm system. No worries about snow, but possible flooding rains, possibility of tornadoes. Drivers, please exercise caution and stay tuned. We'll interrupt programming as needed to keep you informed throughout the day via TNCRadio.live. And a real quick as we're almost out of time, if you missed our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway keyword this morning for a Tuesday, your keyword is jewelry, Jewelry, jewelry. Simply go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. Click on contest, enter the keyword, and that's your chance at $1,000. Be safe out there. We'll have all the latest updates coming your way at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.